Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the third day of Alberta Innovate's Leading in Learning event. I'm Stacey Brotzel, a longtime broadcaster here in the Edmonton area. Remember, today is all interactive. Ask questions of everyone you see. There are more than 60 presenters over the 4 days. Pick their brains, ask questions in the live chat, and participate in the polls. There's also a virtual photo booth, so click on the icon if you haven't already and snap a picture. It will be added to a virtual gallery after we wrap up on Friday. As for prizes, we are giving away today a ticket to Adventures 2023 in Calgary, worth about $900, so stay tuned. We're going to be making that announcement around lunch. And on Friday, we have a massive draw. It is a 2-night stay at the Residence Inn Calgary Marriott, plus 2 tickets to Adventures 2023, a value of about $1,500. So you will want to stick around all day today and tomorrow. Today's focus is TEAMSET on the Alberta Innovates roadmap. Alberta Innovates wants to bridge the gap between supporting scale-up and growth. It's all about people and developing, attracting, and retaining the workforce of tomorrow. So to start out this morning with TEAMSET Stories from the Trenches, this panel is made up of Alberta ecosystem players who each represent a different team hat, if you will. So we have government funders, we have post-secondary institutions, and we have industry. Let me introduce the moderator for this panel. She's been on your screen a lot this week, and it's always great to see her. The Director of Fund and Fellowship at Alberta Innovates, Risa John.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 3. For those of you who have come to day 1 and day 2 and day 3, you are superstars, you're impact superstars, so welcome. So as Stacey said, today is all about TEAMSET, and TEAMSET is all about people. It's the teams in your organization and the external partners outside of your organization needed to support scale up and growth, to generate that value and collective impact for entrepreneurs. It's about creating your Impact A team, that innovative, impactful team. They're interdisciplinary, they're cross-functional, they're diverse. And at the ecosystem level, as Stacey said, it's about connecting that many-legged stool of government and industry and post-secondary institutions, not-for-profits, investors, service providers, all to wrap around that entrepreneur. It's about training for game day, building those capacity and skills that we need to ensure that we've got that competitive talent base and pipeline, having that resource mix and that skill set that needed to optimize those pathways to market, execute those innovation roadmaps, and affect change across that innovation life cycle. And it really is about that capacity building. That's one of the reasons why we're doing the Leading and Learning Forum, to really level up the ecosystem. And finally, it's about being innovation and entrepreneurship being a team sport. And Cecilia talked about it yesterday in her session, that the whole kind of aspect of ecosystem development is almost an emerging science. And so behind that emerging science, we now need to have that team of master implementers at that ecosystem level across that client journey. And really, we need to be those ecosystem stewards, connecting supports to innovation markets and connecting markets to innovation. So today I'm joined by a pretty awesome panel. They're all representatives of that many-legged stool, and they all are working together to support entrepreneurs in the Alberta ecosystem. So first up, I would like to welcome Tanis Liebrich. Tanis is the Executive Director of Industry Policy with the Ministry of Jobs, Economy and Northern Development, overseeing policy priorities in a number of key sectors aimed at growing Alberta's economy. Welcome, Tanis, this morning. Next up, we've got Todd Orman. Todd is the Associate VP, Industry Solutions and Partnerships with Olds College. Todd is recognized as one of the top 50 most influential people in Canadian agriculture. He's a pioneer in the agriculture, marketing, and technology space, supporting the introduction of agricultural brands, and most recently, the development of TELUS Agriculture. Welcome, Todd. And then we have Janae Meisner. Janae is a leader. She's curious, observer, and she is the Director of Innovation at the United Farmers of Alberta Cooperative Limited, an Alberta-based farming cooperative that's been woven into the fabric of Alberta for over a century. Welcome, Janae. And then last but not least, we have Dawn Newton. Dawn is the head of acceleration at Edmonton Unlimited. It's the innovation authority for Alberta's capital city. Dawn is a business leader with over 20 years of experience in public affairs and stakeholder engagement. Welcome, Dawn. We've got the many-legged stool sitting here right around me. I love it. Okay, so I'm going to get right to questions because we want to hear from you. So Dawn, I'm going to start with you. So Dawn, you are part of many teams in the Alberta ecosystem, but today I'd like you to speak to your convener hat. And so you were instrumental in engaging the City of Edmonton to contribute to the Scale Up Gap Funding Consortium, which was no mean feat. So we want to hear how you did it. So what key components of TEAMSET did you utilize to make that partnership happen?
Thanks so much, Risa. As you mentioned in my introduction, I'm with Edmonton Unlimited. We are the Municipal Innovation Authority for the City of Edmonton. So we work collaboratively across industry, academia, civil society, and with leading peer cities to foster our innovation ecosystem for the benefit of all. And we're mobilizing our innovation communities for maximum international impact. So supporting a triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. Our work with accelerators really falls under my portfolio as head of acceleration. So when the Scale Up Gap program was announced with an RFP from Alberta Innovates, we knew that bringing global accelerators to Alberta was going to be a game changer for startups in our region. And our objectives align. We measure success against typical economic development metrics, jobs and investment. So as our contributions, we also really, believe in those contributions to sustainability, downtown vibrancy, and inclusion. Among our goals at Edmonton Unlimited is to empower local innovators, connecting them with high impact investment and new markets, helping them to achieve their vision and make a global impact. And the accelerators in the Scale Up Gap program, really, they're doing exactly that. Our CEO, Catherine Warren, championed a new fund designed to dovetail with this province-wide push for business acceleration to enhance coaching, investment readiness, and sales channels for Edmonton's tech companies. And Edmonton City Council acted decisively, approving $5 million for Edmonton Unlimited to allocate to technology accelerators, and really undermining a commitment to support job creation and business development, and standing ready to help diversify the province's economic base. Our cities demonstrated to local startup and scale-up community that their businesses remain paramount to our economic future. And the funding came at a really critical time, a year into the COVID pandemic. So Alberta's tech community is really set to be a cornerstone for post-pandemic recovery. Having the support of all three levels of government working together in this effort is really powerful. One of the key pillars that guides the work of Edmonton Unlimited is to strengthen our innovation ecosystem through partnerships. So it takes the whole community working together in concert to make our mark as a global innovation capital. And by forging partnerships locally, nationally, and internationally, we can bolster our reach and our impact. So we know that innovation is a team pursuit, and Edmonton Unlimited really is honored to be part of this pioneering funding consortium, bringing global accelerators to the doorsteps of Alberta's entrepreneurs. It takes effort to make partnerships meaningful, but the impact really can be magnified when we work together. Thanks, Risa.
Thanks so much, Dawn. That is like a perfect example of convening the ecosystem. I think lots of people are going to be reaching out to you to say, hey, give me more details. How did you do it? So thank you so much. So Tanis, moving on to you, again, representing that government hat, and the government of Alberta was also one of the ecosystem players who was part of the funding consortium. And so, of course, having government as part of your Scale Up and Growth team, I think is just critical to the success of any venture to support entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. So wearing that government of Alberta hat or that government hat, what advice would you give ecosystem players when trying to create similar partnerships with government?
Thanks, Risa. Those are great questions. And first, I want to thank you and Innovates for really doing and providing me with this wonderful opportunity. I think it's events like this that really allow folks to come together and learn and collaborate and make new connections, which is, as we know, really important when we're trying to accelerate our ecosystem. So I'm honored to be here with my co-panelists and yourself. So thank you. One of the examples I draw attention to is earlier this year, the government released our Alberta Tech and Innovation Strategy. This was, a long time coming, but I think it wouldn't have been as successful as it was without the contributions of our partners. And those partners, ranged from grassroots startups to, the federal government. So really their input and insight into what they wanted to see in the strategy was really key. So those, forging those partnerships early and often is really important. When it comes to working with government, obviously there's not a one size fits all recipe, I'll say. Every government's slightly different, but I would say there's a couple key takeaways that I would encourage folks to think about when they're considering how to engage government. And I would say, one of those is, the partnership should be really around engaging with senior leaderships, but also with the various folks that work within the ministries themselves. So it's all levels. It's absolutely important to engage the senior level officials like ministers, but I don't think that should be done at the expense of really engaging those lower down in the bureaucracy. Those relationships are critical, and it's often those folks who are doing a lot of the execution work when it comes to the programs and services, writing the documents, creating the strategies. So those are important people to really connect with. They can also offer insights and provide options for other opportunities that folks can explore in the ecosystem. Often we have a really good sense of what's happening in other departments, and so we can help make those connections for people. So I think it's important to take the time and really work on establishing that trust. That might mean meeting regularly, not weekly or anything like that, but it's important to keep those touch points often. Just one-off is great as an introduction, but I really do encourage people to keep those relationships fresh and engage often with those lower level, I'll call them lower level folks, various levels in the bureaucracy. I think the other really key piece of information, and this really can't be underestimated, is understanding what your government's priorities and mandate is. I think this will help you create those connections and really understand and tell your narrative of how it connects to what the government is trying to accomplish. So when you're looking at who you're going to approach in government, or even which government in terms of level of government you're going to work with, really look at their mandate, what they said they want to accomplish within their time in office, and look at the connections that you can draw with the work that you're doing. I think that makes it easier when you're talking to elected officials, but also when you're talking to folks working within government. Pointing out that natural synergy can really help accelerate that relationship, but also the opportunities. The other thing I want to just, highlight, and I know we all know this, but building collaborative relationships really does take time. And I realize exercising patience is easier than it sounds, because we all want to move fast. And I know, government obviously, is not known for moving quickly, but it is important to take the time and really understand that even if you don't see a lack of movement, that doesn't mean that there's not interest. We're really excited about the things that are happening in Alberta and around the world in terms of ecosystem, and we want to be at the table. It just takes us a little bit longer sometimes, but so don't equate the lack of what might seem movement to not being interested in the work that's being done. And I think taking the time, ultimately it will help pay off. And then I think finally, governments aren't really known for being innovative. However, I would encourage folks to be bold, talk about great ideas, come to the table with solutions, and really, be a champion of the ecosystem. your startup, your company, whatever that might be, because, you know, a lot of us working in government are really excited and want to hear about those great ideas. And we can often, you know, sometimes it's just planting a seed, and that seed starts to grow in the background. And when there's an opportunity, we pick that seed. So it's happened more than once. So I would encourage folks to really keep with it. And then finally, I just want to say, you know, work together. Encourage governments to come, invite us to events, ask us to come be a part of things like this, where we can really talk about how to work together. Again, it's not going to be perfect, and there's no science, you know, exact science. I think I liked what you said, Risa. We're all learning as we go. This is new for all of us, but we're excited and we see the opportunities, and we definitely want to be a partner at the table. So I really do appreciate you asking to come out, and, you know, I encourage folks to reach out to their government representatives. Those of us that work in government, this is the cool part of the job. And often we don't get to say that. So thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Tanis. And I love kind of the analogy. I think oftentimes when we see government or we think about government, it's all capital levels, and it's this Borg that's out there. But you brought it back to the people. There's people who work in government, and if we take the time to make those connections, we're going to be more successful. So thanks for that. And your T-shirt is coming. It's coming. All right, Todd, over to you, who's wearing his T-shirt. Thanks so much, Todd. So Todd, Olds College really is an exemplar of ecosystem collaboration across ecosystem players. Can you tell us a little bit about the partnership model, and perhaps give an accelerator an example? And in particular, because of your background, I'd love for you to talk about public-private partnerships. Oh.
For those that don't know, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yeah, perfect.
Okay. So maybe I'll start with a bit of background on Olds College. So for those that don't know, Olds College is an agricultural institution in central Alberta. Now, what makes us a little bit unique is the fact that we are 98% ag. There's a few things that are not ag at Olds College, but it is all ag. The other thing about Olds College is it's got a physical infrastructure of 3,600 acres of farmland, 1,000 head feedlot, actual cattle, actual sheep. And that environment allows us to do things that you see on an actual farm. So we have that ability to test products in ag that you may not get an ability to do on your own. And when you find an ag tech, a lot of times it's based on agile development, and agile development really requires that ability to get out there and then iterate on your product. The challenge in this environment, of course, is that in the world of ag, you may only have 30 or 40 cycles in an entire farmer's life. So that means that farmers are a little bit conservative in terms of how they actually adopt technology. So how do you actually get out there as a startup and then start thinking about getting your product out? So there you definitely can start looking at partnerships. Then the other thing I want to kind of iterate too is when you start thinking about startups, and I did work for one when I was my days at Farmer's Edge, typically you're wearing multiple hats, right? So you usually have a very good engineering team, and you got a good software team, and your co-founder is everything from CEO, top sales guy, HR manager, you name it, right? And that means you probably do not have all the skill sets in all the various areas. So developing ecosystems, both test your product up and also introduce you to other things, are really, really critical. Now, it is very difficult for the private sector to kind of set up an ecosystem because everybody's got their own areas that they want to get to, right? And what they want to drive. And this is where I find that institutions like Olds College can develop those types of partnerships, because quite honestly, we're a nice neutral place. So since 2018, we've had about 242 different companies that have come through our door. And we've developed some of those partnerships and ecosystems, both with small and large. Because the other thing too is we need to understand is in the world of agriculture, and it's similar probably for other industries in Canada as well, it tends to be dominated by these large global players. And so here at Olds College, we have partnerships with the large global players like the BSFs and the Bears and the Cortevas and the Teleses of the world. But then we also have some really good, solid local partners like UFA and others that we can then kind of introduce these startups to. And so what I find is once you start building out this ecosystem, there's kind of a people component around HR for these companies to learn. They learn from each other. And then they also learn from these larger companies. Now, some people may say these larger companies, quite honestly, have a bit of bureaucracy, but there's reasons for those bureaucracies. And I think it's important for, quite honestly, some of the smaller companies to kind of be introduced to those pieces, because that's actually what will allow them to grow and scale. And so I'll give you an example. One of our partners here at Olds College is SVG Thrive. So SVG Thrive came in and brought their cohort to Olds College. We did a few things. We did here's the tour, here's the assets, here's the various things that we can help you out on applied research. But we also set them up with a opportunity to do their pitches with the students and with our faculty. And it was interesting because when they did that pitch and they got done in that pitch, 2 or 3 of them actually had about 4 or 5 students reach out to them for summer jobs. So part of their recruitment was done right there on spot. The other thing too is what you learn, quite honestly too, in those cohorts, when you get these people together, there's definitely the learnings where they get from the SVG Thrives, but there's just the learnings from amongst themselves. So honestly, the world of a startup can sometimes be very, very lonely because you've got a small group, and it is good just to pick the brains of others in terms of how they're going. So that comes together as well. And now there's about 4 or 5 of those companies that we're working with as well, that we'll start looking at how we start developing their product. And it can be various things, from a go-to-market approach, introducing them to people in our ecosystem, to actually testing out their products and validating their products and giving them some advice in that area of agriculture. So that ecosystem becomes really, really important. And that partnership also probably needs to be facilitated more by a public sector, because this is not quite honestly a game that's going to make a lot of money for somebody, to be honest. And so without the public support, I don't think this would get off the ground.
Fantastic. And I actually had an opportunity to talk to a couple of the companies who went through that process, and they just raved about it, because they said that the whole aspect of being lonely and out on your own, and suddenly they felt that they were wrapped, that there was a support system that was wrapping around them. So thank you for that. And while, it was specifically an agri-food example, I think people can take a lot of lessons from how you guys have developed that approach. So thanks for that, Todd. Yeah. So Janae, now over to you. So connecting industry to entrepreneurs to promote growth, again, is a key aspect of ecosystem TEAMSET. And the United Farmers of Alberta excels at this. That's why I asked you to be on the panel. So again, similar to what I had asked Todd, can you share the approach that the United Farmers of Alberta takes, and perhaps give an accelerator example?
Yes, good morning, and thank you. What a rich conversation, and what a great showcase of the impact that TEAMSET across the ecosystem creates. A great demonstration of an engaged ecosystem, kind of right here on the screen. In today's complex and challenging environment, we, UFA, are continually looking and are ready. Note my ready shirt for scalable and sustainable solutions that do create value and impact. And we do this through bridging and bringing in outside innovation into our organization. Alongside that, we recognize the need for our success is for healthy, collaborative discussion, collaboration amongst an engaged and diverse ecosystem to bring outside innovation in. We also recognize the need to support scale up and the sustainable solutions, but we recognize that we can't do this alone. We need to share, learn, and communicate openly and regularly with all the ecosystem players. We have been on a journey, and we continue to be on a journey, call it our innovation journey, that has evolved through ecosystem collaboration, creative collaboration that has enabled teamwork, enabled not only the ecosystem, but enabled us as a company to grow and identify the opportunities and areas where we bring value. Teamwork that takes diversity, it takes conflict. It's those tough discussions up and down the ecosystem, up and down the value chain, and the willingness to share and learn. Teamwork is wrapped with trust and an environment of psychological safety, whether that's at an entrepreneur stage, at a corporate stage, with our partners in academia, or from a government perspective. We are rooted as a cooperative in the ideal that we are better together, And so we fit in from a collaborative approach and an ecosystem builder quite naturally, because we are better together, grounded in growth through intentional collaboration, diversity, unique perspectives, and contributions to meaningful impact. Our approach is to facilitate innovation as a connector and enabler through plugging into the ecosystem as a team player. It starts by plugging into our internal teams, be it strategy, sustainability, operations, direct with our customer set, and our subject matter experts to create connections in the ecosystems with the right resources, ensuring that all stakeholders are at the table, a table with solutions, a table with big goals that start to seed new thoughts and ideas. We bridge the gap between research, technology, process, and I'm going to say practical industry. For us being in the agri-food industry, practical on-farm solutions for the end consumer of the technologies or process. Activating and participating in the ecosystem is ultimately supporting the scale up of sustainable solutions through commercialization, but also through the acceleration of adoption. Scale up is a challenge, and as an ecosystem, we need to support the move through that innovation valley of death. And how do we ensure success and provide support to help entrepreneurs and the next great idea scale? We are successful through collaboration and demonstrated ecosystem participation through our relationships, our partnerships, and connections, be it with government, academia, Olds College, as Todd noted, a great relationship there, entrepreneurs and industry peers. But specifically our partnership with Thrive, a global ag tech accelerator, and connecting into the ag accelerator space. Thrive is an ecosystem steward, plugging partners into expanded ecosystems and curating intentional collisions based on joint goals and opportunities. Thrive provides a continued pipeline of innovative ideas and opportunities and entrepreneurs, both talent and solutions that expand our impact potential and enables the push and pull of solutions. Solutions that do not only create value for us, but creates impact in all of our communities. New business, job creation, talent attraction, talent retention. The opportunities are endless with sustained growth and vibrancy as the goal for our province and our global communities. We are all connected, and together we actively nurture the ecosystem, a global ecosystem that stimulates divergent thinking to drive collective impact. Partnering with an accelerator also provides an external view to pressures and trends in the market. They support both ends of the telescope, zooming in and zooming out, and provides the outside-in perspective that makes us stronger as an ecosystem through different partnerships. Our approach needs a healthy, functioning ecosystem, and we provide a pathway to scale for sustainable, impactful solutions. The greatest potential that we have as an ecosystem for impact is collaboration. It is TEAMSET, which is all about the people.
Much, Janae. You painted a perfect picture of this journey, this life cycle, and connecting the teams along it. So I'm going to ask you each a rapid fire question. We only have time for a really quick one, so like 30 seconds. So we've talked about the ecosystem team. Now I want to talk about the internal team, right? So what is the one thing you think that is most important about, speaking about your internal team now, about building that culture of innovation, inspiring that within your internal team? So just rapid fire, the first thing that kind of comes to your mind. I'll start with Dawn.
Yeah, Todd talked about being agile and iterating, and I think we have to do that internally with our teams as well, right? And bringing that back to Janae's comment about psychological safety, that culture of continuous improvement has to have that safe space where it's okay to make a mistake. We're not hiding those little mistakes, but rather being willing to acknowledge that by being open about what we can do better, we're actually going to continue to really push the mark in how we can support our community and the people that we serve.
Perfect. Okay, Todd, rapid fire.
Not very fast, that unmute button, sorry. But same thing. That open-mindedness, because people are going to come to you with different ideas and different concepts that just you may not have thought about. And you really do have to just kind of soak it in and see where that comes from. right? So that ability to address that. And then maybe the other final thing too, and it sounds weird when you're thinking about open-mindedness, but you also have to have operational discipline in terms of always thinking what the end goal is. So you try to combine those two in terms of where you want to get to. And it's honestly that ability to manage a project and set goals and keep an open mind as you're going through that, because that journey is going to be very iterative in nature.
Fantastic. And unfortunately, we're out of time, guys. I could continue talking longer. So you painted an amazing picture of an ecosystem TEAMSET. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And I'm sure we'll continue the conversation over the next little while. So I'll turn it back to you, Stacey.
Thanks so much, Risa. Well, our keynote speaker today is going to get us ready for game day. And for that, of course, we need the players needed to execute innovation roadmaps and affect the change that we all search for. Dr. Ron Markowski is an award-winning author and entrepreneur. He's been a part of various multi-million-dollar product launches, and he actually popularized the acronym AFI equals BFC. Welcome to the stage. He's actually here in person. It's great to have him here. Dr. Ron Markowski.
Hello, folks, and welcome to this presentation. I'm very happy to be here. As we've heard many discussions about the Valley of Death, my question for you to focus in on is, what does that look like? How do we know that we're in the Valley of Death, or how do we know that we are being pulled into it, much like a black hole? So that comes down to leading and lagging indicators. Some of the most obvious lagging ones is, of course, profitability being down, our loss of customers, all those challenges that organizations are experiencing today. But more importantly, what are the leading indicators? What are the things that can tell us if we're being pulled into this Valley of Death? So those come down to what are referred to as downtime. So I'm going to walk through each of those with you. The D stands for defects, meaning the customer's not getting what they wanted. Customers want 100% of their satisfaction delivered. A defect is not giving them that. The O is overproducing. That's when you buy something and you get more than what you wanted and it actually frustrates you. Consumers, again, in many ways want to plug and play their solution and get going. The W is simply waiting for that solution, getting it on time when they need it. The N, and probably the most important one, and it relates a lot to what we're talking about today, is non-used employee talent. These are individuals in teams that can help you and your organization to become successful, yet we're really not cultivating that potential, at least not fully. The T is travel. How much travel time is required to get that solution to the customer? Is it excessive? The I, inventory. And again, today, with what we see as supply chain challenges, inventory issues are paramount. Do we have the right inventory, and are we able to get it to our customers on time? The M is motion. Are we doing what we need to do? Are we doing excessive things? And then finally, the E stands for excessive process. Are we doing processes just because we've always been doing it, and therefore we're continuing to do it in that sort of classical approach, or do those processes need to change? So I can tell you personal experience-wise about this Valley of Death because I've lived through it. I've been brought in by organizations, by presidents, CEOs, board of directors, to help pull the organization either from the Valley of Death or hopefully to avoid it. In some cases, we were wildly successful. But in others, unfortunately, like a Titanic scenario, it was too late. And the objective there was really to try to save as many souls as possible. That's not a great situation to be in, and hopefully we can avert that. So this is where we can really work together as a team. And in doing so, this led me to where the second part of my career was, which was to focus on research. what were the commonalities of successful organizations that literally, despite the valleys of death, still had success. In the research, I was able to equate and draw it down to 6 commonalities. And those I'm going to share with you today, right? So that we can, all of us, explore the ways to be able to overcome this falling into this valley of death. So I'd like to present this to you in a fun and engaging way. So as typical in science, the first thing you want to know about any problem is what's the extent of that problem. And so as we take a look at this, what is the extent of those scale-ups, again, succumbing to this valley of death? And so it starts really in that question to try to understand what is the extent of this valley of death, as in typical science, usually drives yet another question. And so this question is the one where I'd like to have you folks think and put on your thinking caps. And in that, this first question is simply, what do you think the probability is, according to statistics, of a startup not surviving its 10th birthday? So again, what do you think is the probability of a scale-up living to see its 10th birthday? So what would folks think on that one? Well, you might peg it at 50, 60, and around that percentage point. But the reality is that only 10% of organizations live to see their 10th birthday. And again, those are startups. The next question that follows in line with that is what percentage of those will literally thrive? So those that survive is 10%. What percentage of the 10% will thrive over the next 10 years? Well, again, statistics shows that to again be 10%. So if we put these two together, what we've got is 1% of scale-ups or startups moving to scale to eventually commercialization will actually thrive. And those are statistics that, quite frankly, one would be better off taking their money, going to Vegas, and putting it on a roulette wheel. But we don't want to do that. We want to beat these odds. And so that's what we're here today to do. We're here to help traverse the valley of death and to be successful. And that takes us into our presentation, which again is from navel gazing to strategic orientation. Now, as we take a look at the first thing, navel gazing, although it may have been our favorite pastime, right, looking at that navel and enjoying it, but in today, that is what draws us into the valley. It's that navel gazing that in terms of Lean Six Sigma is referred to as muda, waste of time. Why are we doing it? If it has no value to our target market, then why are we doing it? Another thing as an example, or it's been referred to, is paralysis by analysis. It's important to do things like SWOT analysis, etc., but are we spending too much time trying to create the perfect plan rather than execute? Most successful strategies are the result of an emerging strategy, meaning the environment changing and us recognizing those changes to be able to be successful. So instead of navel gazing, what we need to do is shift our attention to, in this case, strategic orientation. So strategy, in a simple word, comes down to winning. Winning is the key to success. So what we need to do to win is to capitalize on those emerging opportunities and, of course, avoid any potential threats that may come along. And those threats, of course, are driven by an ecosystem. They could be political, legal, economic, structure change, distribution, as we're seeing in supply chain. Again, recognizing the emerging situation, following through with what do we need to be successful. And so this ultimately is where teams shine. Teams are individuals that have come together, but they are different than groups. A group is just a collection of people in the same location. Teams, however, are individuals who have a similar strategic goal. So again, groups have a similar location. Teams have a similar goal. Also, what's also important about teams is that they have been proven through research to innovate faster. They've been shown to achieve higher productivity. They see mistakes more quickly, and they find better solutions to problems. Now, extensive research was done by Google on this. They actually tracked 180 teams over quite a period of time. And what they found was that those teams that are highly successful also had some additional attributes. So as we're looking to build the teams of our future, those attributes is number one, the team members had an equal voice. Teams can be pulled together and can be dominated by a single voice. But as Google found out, the effective teams were where everybody had a voice at the table. They had a chance to be able to describe what they thought, to provide their diversity. And then the other key factor was that they found that people in those effective teams had high emotional intelligence, which means they were very aware of the feeling of the other team members. And they were building in that feeling of trust. Again, as we look to build our teams, to innovate, to create these future opportunities, are we creating those types of environments where team members can say and feel in a safe and brave space, as mentioned before, say their voice, and of course, be recognized by all of us as to how they're feeling. So whether the focus is on teams or organizations as a whole, these are key requirements to building towards strategic orientation. And by doing so, strategic orientation can not only avoid the valley of death, but if you are already in it, as I said before, in the leading or lagging indicators, if it appears to be, and those questions are coming up, how are we in this downtime? How are we in our customer satisfaction? How are we in our innovations? If we find ourselves in this, the strategic orientation can be a key to helping you succeed. So there are these 6 steps in strategic orientation, as I said before, that was the basis of my research that seemed to say that these organizations who were successful had these 6 strategic traits. The first one is adaptability. Adaptability can be thought of as leaning into the future. Again, navel gazing is looking here and now. It's looking at our processes, looking at doing SWOT analysis, et cetera, in the here and now. But innovation is about the future. And adaptability requires us to start looking or leaning into that future. It means trying to figure out what it is that the target market that we're trying to satisfy, what does that future look like for them? What are their needs likely to be at that particular time? And how can we start to evolve our products or services, even our culture, to deliver on those? Remember, this is like Darwinism. It didn't happen at a snap of a finger. Evolution takes time. And so with organization, the time is now to start evolving, to start becoming adaptable for that particular future, whatever that future is. And so a great example of that, as I was going through and looking at many, many companies, and I'd like to focus in on Amazon. So Amazon, one could arguably say, has mastered adaptation, whether it's through their predictive analytics that has a sense of knowing what you want before you go to the Amazon site. That ability to predict what your future needs are is a perfect representation of adaptability. Again, having the analytics to be able to determine who your customers are, and more importantly, what will they want and how can you deliver in a superior way on that. Again, one would say that Amazon doesn't predict the future, but through adaptation, they create it. The second one in the adaptation, moving to, in this case, is flexibility. So organizations, teams, individuals who are adaptable, look into the future, but what happens when that future doesn't come out according to plan? I'm sure everybody's familiar with the Mike Tyson expression, everybody has a great plan until you get punched in the face. Today, because of a chaotic changing ecosystem, getting more complex, we're seeing more and more organizations experiencing those punches. And so flexibility is the understanding that our plan may not be going according to plan, that our competition in the ecosystem is not living up to what our expectations are of them, and why would they? So the ability to be flexible means to exploit the emerging opportunities that become the reality of our today. And so those exploiting opportunities gives us a really good example of how Labatt's is the poster child in this case of flexibility. During COVID-19, Labatt's produced hand sanitizers when literally that was not in their strategic plan. That is a great example of flexibility. Retooling their processes, their teams, and literally taking advantage of an emerging threat by using their capabilities to produce and develop a solution. Right? To be able to spin on a dime, which means their entire culture was a key fundamental, and be able to produce something that, quite frankly, was badly needed in the supply chain. The third requirement to become strategically orientated is innovation. And I know we've talked a lot in this forum about that. Innovation, in my opinion, can be simply defined as a new approach to solving either an existing or a future problem. So, the problems, they may require the focus of the organization, is to really understand what the target market is needing. So, the flexibility and the adaptability both come into play when it comes to innovation. We look in the future to lean into the future to produce innovation, but if we don't quite get the future right, how quickly can we spin on a dime and do so? For this example, I chose Apple. What was interesting about Apple is that it was a company that was facing the valley of death. A lot of people may not be familiar that Apple was facing some very, very tumultuous times. And when Steve Jobs came back to Apple, he changed the culture to think different, to think innovatively. And so what Apple did in that is they looked at what the customer needs were. And in that, Apple produced the iPhone, graphical user interface. Now what's interesting about this innovation is Apple was not out to produce another cell phone. Apple was out to solve a need that customers had, the need to access the internet, to be able to do more than just what a phone would do. So in essence, Apple was producing the first pocket computer. And that allowed Apple to capitalize on, again, a future need. And as we see today, Apple literally took the market. Interesting enough, the competitors at the time who held massive market share that were in that ecosystem already didn't adapt, didn't become flexible, and certainly did not innovate a cell phone. And so what happened was they fell into the valley of death, while an organization like Apple, who had again never produced a cell phone, out-innovated them. And so what we find is that organizations, again, who are navel-gazing, will end up losing their competitive advantage as they do so. The next aspect of strategic orientation is about producing better. Now this shifts us from one side of the equation to the other. This is customer-centric. We're focusing now on customer-centric, what the customer's expectations are. And the expectation is for better, meaning give me 100% of what I want. I don't want 50, 60%, I want 100%. So better means giving customers more of what they want and less of what they don't. And again, another good example of this would be Costco. Costco has the ability to maintain over 90% annually of its customers. Those customers, as we know, stand in line in rain, in the snow. They're there in that environment because Costco has made it where customers become fanatics. Their focus is on delivering better to the customer, always finding things that the customers will want and making that their priority, customer service, etc. So again, in order to be that type of organization, to be producing better, you have to be customer-centric and fanatic about delivering on the customer's expectations. The faster component is the next one, the fifth strategic orientation, to deliver the better faster. If you and a competitor are both delivering on equal amounts of delivering on expectation, let's say both of you are delivering 80, 90, maybe even 100%, then of course the customer shifts to the next part of the equation. Who can give me my better faster? And so this is where McDonald's had really developed its start. Its start was built very much around a stopwatch. If anybody ever watched the movie The Founder with Michael Keaton, you'll remember the basketball court scene. It was working to be able to produce Coke, burger, and fries in 60 seconds or less, which really is the definition of quality at McDonald's. It's a stopwatch that delivers what consumers want at the speed at which consumers want it. And again, McDonald's is constantly looking to shave that time down, realizing that one of our biggest challenges today is actually time. So faster is yet another part of the equation. Interesting enough, even McDonald's themselves fell into the challenge of trying to over-innovate at the cost of what their original quality was. For those who might remember, McDonald's produced pizzas. With one strategic decision, McDonald's became the #1 global producer of pizzas overnight. Now what that led to was consumers, of course, being happy with the offering, but not all consumers. Their original customers who wanted the Coke, burger, and fries soon found themselves waiting more than 60 seconds. And ultimately, McDonald's realized they were distracting away from that core value. And so it was one of the reasons that McDonald's shifted away from pizzas to getting back to, again, giving customers that what they wanted, that better, faster equation. And then finally, the last sixth strategic orientation is cost effectiveness. Organizations today need to realize that producing a product, if it is a differential advantage, meaning you're producing a premium product, or if you're trying to be a cost leader, cost effectiveness is critical in both situations. Again, just like McDonald's built their operations around a stopwatch, Walmart built theirs around cost. And continually look for ways, just like McDonald's did to reduce the time, well, Walmart looked for ways to reduce, again, the way to be able to bring costs down for consumers. Again, building the loyalty with that customer base has been the key reason for Walmart's growth. So, as mentioned before, whether you're producing premium or a cost leadership type product, you cannot ignore the importance of cost effectiveness, especially when it hits the bottom line. So let's take a look at all of these 6 factors again, just to be able to be clear on what they are and how they work together. So those 6 are, the first is adaptability, which we said is leaning into the future. Again, going from the navel gazing to looking at us and our operations and improving our efficiency and effectiveness to saying, what does the future look like? And what do we need to be doing today to be prepared for it? The flexibility. Again, no one really has a perfect crystal ball. How do we change, if required, to take advantage of emerging opportunities? How can we shift our teams, our culture, our organization on a dime if need be, to be able to grab the emerging opportunity or avoid the emerging threat, to ultimately stay out of the valley of death? Innovation. Again, how do we find new approaches to solving problems, either internal or external? How do we keep innovating? If we take a look at a successful organization, that's baked into the cake. They're constantly innovating. They're looking for those leapfrog innovations, the things that customers will ultimately find, like the iPhone, attractive enough to wanting to literally stand in line for it. What are we doing to create that type of innovation? Better. Are we giving our target market a superior offering? Are we delivering what they want in order to win them over? In terms of developing better, organizations can often get caught into what's called product orientation. It means we do what we do best, we continue to produce what we do well. But again, that's not the same thing as shifting to what's called market orientation. Understanding that better means that the customer decides. So you need to connect with your customer constantly and understand, as their ecosystem is evolving, what does that mean to them? How can you continually deliver better from their perspective and not yours? Again, faster. Equally matched with another competitor on the better side, faster becomes a determining factor. Who can deliver their better faster? And then finally, the cost effective. Whether following a cost leadership strategy or trying to produce something unique, the Ray-Bans, the Rolexes of the world, that unique product offering, the unique in value that customer will come to see you, how are you delivering it in a way that ultimately will produce profit for you at the end of the day? So as we take a look at these, this is where the magic really comes in. It's when you put these 6 elements together that you come up with a formula I refer to as AFI is equal to BFC. On the left-hand side of the equation, again, we talked about the leading and lagging indicators. The leading indicator in this case is how adaptable is your organization? How much are they looking into the future? Or are they just still navel-gazing in the here and now? How flexible are they able to change and move on a dime to be able to take advantage of emerging opportunities or avoid those threats? And again, the innovation. Is your culture constantly and obsessively innovating for a future where you're looking at the customer and what their needs are? Which brings us to the other side of the equation. And that other side of the equation is the lagging indicators, meaning it's customer-centric. The customer's requirements for that better, give me 100% of what I want or as close to it, give it to me faster, and give it to me in a price that I'm willing to pay for it, or hopefully in a price that you are able to afford to deliver it to the customer and still make a profit. So these are what guides organizations, or should guide organizations today, to understand that this formula here is very, very simplistic and can be operationalized at any level, operational, mid to executive level. This formula stands up. How do we deliver AFI, adaptability, flexibility, innovative type of a culture, organization, teamwork, to ultimately achieve what the customer's expectations are, which is constantly for better faster, and more cost effectively. Implementing this type of formula is very similar to an organization implementing a lean or Six Sigma approach. It requires that this work in a way much like Agile. It requires that there is a focus on maximizing customer value, right, at the lowest possible cost, be it time or be it money. So organizations who adopt this will be able to recognize the importance of delivering on that. In this requires a culture shift. And so the culture shift is, at times, moving towards an ecosystem that really is getting away from a classical approach to becoming more adaptive, flexible, and innovative. So it requires some trade-offs here. It means change. In the change, it means we need to be considering what we're doing today and ask ourselves, is what we're doing really about creating engagement, empowerment, and innovation? And ultimately, how can we ensure that we are not falling into becoming policy, process, and procedure oriented? The next thing, customer satisfaction with delivering better, faster, cost effective, means that we have to consider, again, the mood side of the equation. Are we spending too much time in doing documentation, contractual work, etc.? Are we really focused in on the customer if we're so concerned about crossing the T's and dotting the I's? Another consideration is, are we following changing requirements using that AFI is equal to BFC type of approach? Or is it about following a strategic plan, that perfectly planned outcome that we think will be the reality, which rarely ever is, and then, hence following the navel gazing. So as we take a look at organizations becoming successful, what we're ultimately concerned with is, how do we help the organization shift towards doing that? And doing so means it's a choice. The choice is, are we going to stay in the classical here and now, doing what we've always been doing? Or is it a time for the organization to realize that we may be pulled into the valley of death at any particular time? Our leading indicators already showing us that, as I mentioned in the downtime. And if we find that that's the case, we still hopefully have a choice. And that is, our greatest opportunity is to recognize that there is an ability to change, and that ability exists in the organizations, the individuals, and the teams that make up it. So, given the opportunities and the threats that are out there, I would advocate to use the formula AFI is equal to BFC, work it into your organization, and try to perfect it. Over time, it will deliver better, faster, cost-effective results, and ultimately, a happier customer. So thank you very much.
All right, Ron, we have lots of questions, so come sit down and let's get through them. We've got about 12 minutes, so we'll address as many as we can. That was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For that presentation. A great formula to work at with, something easy to remember. Let's get to our first question. Can you give us an example of a leading practice team that you've worked with?
So I've worked with so many teams, and that's a great question. Probably one of the most effective was trying to innovate towards a technology. So I've worked with teams in the sector of trying to produce technology that would literally deliver. So a team that I worked with was to actually produce a CD-ROM on Taekwondo. Back in the day, there was no such type of platform for that to be done. It was typically used as an encyclopedia. So by working with a team who had the expertise to be able to take that technology, transfer it onto this multimedia platform, that platform found its way into customers around the world. And it really did take a team. It took people who had expertise to realize that if they work together, that they can do this. And as mentioned before, one thing about the team is that everyone had equal voice in the team. So this is where you want to be able to challenge. Can this work? What could be the issues? What are the challenges? What does the customer think about? And a key part of where I'm going with this is what we forget in teams is that part of the team should be the customer themselves.
Okay.
If you do not have your customer in your mind or even a representation into your team, then what you are doing is navel gazing. Your customer is ultimately the deciding factor of what you're going to produce if it's going to meet on their expectations. So teams, as again in the case of Agile or Scrum, they look to bring what's referred to as a product owner into the equation. The product owner is the person who says, I like this, or this has no value to me whatsoever. I would strongly urge teams, bring those customers in as fast as possible. To iterate means to recognize, did you get it right with the customer? The customer will be your defining decision maker. If you don't, then again, as an Agile, go back, reproduce, and then represent it back to your customer. When they say, this is what I'm looking for, this is better, faster, and I'm willing to pay for it, that cost effective, then you're probably on the right track.
All right, the sweet spot there. All right, let's get to the next question. How do you deal with ecosystem partners who are navel gazing?
That is a great question. And one area that really has expanded is supply chain. So as we see today, supply chain is extremely fragile. And it's because the supply chain partners have in many cases been working in silos, or certainly not working well together. Supply chain, when you summarize it, really means earn value. And so if it's upstream to raw materials coming into a production facility and then working its way downstream into retail, all of those are value chain partners. And so for organizations, again, getting out of navel gazing means to connect with those. And so to address the question, it really does come down to communication. If we take a look at project management, it's been said by research that 93% of a project success comes down to the ability to communicate effectively. In this particular case, supply chain works the same way. Organizations need to start reaching out and connecting with their supply chain partners. They need to start pulling them into that type of a process where they can together collaborate and use the AFI, become more adaptable, flexible, innovative in delivering on supply chain requirements as we see today.
All right, you mentioned the word flexible, and this leads us into our next question. Is there something like being too flexible? So switching plans too often, too much?
So yes, there is. When you become too flexible, that it literally leaves your culture in a situation where their head is spinning, then you're moving too quickly for the culture. Flexible means that you need to bring your culture with you, and so that they together can move at the speed of change. And so this means leadership, developing the types of opportunities for the culture to be able to, as mentioned earlier, to try new things, to be innovative, to succeed or not, but to learn along the way. And so to be flexible means that you need to bring all of your culture together, all individuals working together in harmony, but not too quickly. This isn't just a, let's implement this concept tomorrow. To become adaptable, flexible, innovative, to deliver better, faster, cost effectiveness means it's an evolution. It needs requirements of everyone on board, all hands on deck, to build that type of flexible culture.
All right, next question. What was the least expected or most surprising finding in your research to date?
So that one is one that I actually spent over 3 years in research doing, which was intended simply to be a quick research and then a published outcome. What I found in this research was I presented a large group of people with a change scenario. So essentially they were looking at something And while they were looking at it, there were 3 changes that were happening in the background. My curiosity was, how well do people see change? Because if we're going to build better, faster, cost-effective to deliver that type of outcome, we really need to be able to be aware of the changing ecosystem, and especially that of our customer. So that was my curious question. And what I got back in my initial results was astounding. And I couldn't believe it. So I ran the experiment again and again and again. It accumulated to over 700 people over 3 years. And this is what the research findings found, is that 99.5% of the population cannot see more than 1 to 2 changes, meaning we're literally blind to a changing ecosystem. More importantly, I was interested in that 0.5% who could see the changes. That was my fascination. What were those outliers doing that the others were not? And ultimately, that led to the research that led to this formula being developed. AFI is equal to BFC. Those people were able to see a changing ecosystem and be able to adapt, become flexible, and innovative in it.
Okay. Tons of questions, but we've only got about 5 minutes, so let's get to as many as we can. Dr. Ron, how do you factor in the triple bottom line social impact in these strategic pillars?
So absolutely, the key, again, as we're seeing a changing ecosystem, it used to be, again, as we look through the evolution, we go from what was used to be the Stone Age to the Dark Age to Industrial Revolution to where we are today, which is a system of information. Right? We are in that type of a system. So that information system makes it very difficult for organizations just to focus in on the product itself. What we need to be focusing in on are things that are people, profit, planet, social responsibilities, a changing ecosystem. And again, this is the requirement of producing an organization that is adaptable, to look into the future and say, what is it that we can do to achieve this triple bottom line? Right? How do we become flexible and innovative in doing so? So again, this formula can help organizations to hopefully achieve that triple bottom line, but most importantly, bring an entire culture together to be able to do so.
So we got this comment and question. Great roadmap for consumer items. What about government agendas of the day? They give an example, climate change. How does that fit into this equation? Or can it?
It actually can. So as I mentioned, in my career, I worked with many organizations. Well, I've worked also in the public sector as well as private. And I have seen the public sector show the formula to be successful in parts of it. So the public sector, again, being able to work together. The key comes down to what this today is about. It's about teams. Whether you're a team in a private sector or a public sector or nonprofit sector, a team is still the same thing. A team that can come together and think about what is it that that organization is ultimately trying to accomplish. What can the team do to understand that their target market better and deliver on that? So the equation has and can work very effectively. It really does take a team. And remember, a team has a strategic focus. That's what separates them from a group. Their strategic focus, if it's on AFI is equal to BFC, no matter where that team is, no matter which industry sector, no matter how small, from startup to large multinational, the formula has shown to work in the research.
All right, I like this last question, and to end this discussion today, you talked about the Valley of Death, and you talked about a very low success rate. How do you inspire future entrepreneurs to take the journey in the first place, if they perhaps are listening today?
So I'll give you, again, my experience. I was an entrepreneur. I had a concept that I wanted to take to reality. I couldn't do it on my own. I literally went and found people who could help me to do it. And this is where you develop a team. So entrepreneurship is really in some ways an extremely rewarding opportunity. Try it. You don't know if you're going to succeed or not, but it's not about that end result of having that, say, product or service that stands out, that makes you a lot of money successful whatever. For me, it's about having taken an opportunity to try, to determine if you can contribute. And you don't know, again, as ending off in the discussion, we don't know, but we have to try, and that's a choice. So I always advocate for entrepreneurs to try. Give it a shot. You don't know what you don't know, and sometimes you just might impress yourself.
That's scary, though.
It's scary, but again, think back to all great entrepreneurs. They all had that moment of looking into that moment and saying, do I want to stay where I am today, or do I really want to exploit what I might be able to do for the future? And again, that choice is yours.
A lot of kudos for you on the chat. We've got Asif saying, great presentation, and Penzora says, fantastic presentation. So thank you so much for joining us today and leading us through that. It definitely was a masterclass in information and on TEAMSET. So thank you so much.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you.
We're going to take a bit of a break here in our Leading in Learning event. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Alberta Catalyzer has really helped us realign and re-envision our next steps and what do we need to do right now to get our business to the next level. My shining star out of it was actually getting to work with other founders and hearing their feedback in our small group sessions. At the end of the day, we're all going through it together. We're all doing something similar, and it's so great to have that support and see how other people are tackling those issues. If you want to take your business to the next level, you should apply for Alberta Catalyzer.
If you were thinking, aha, I would like to learn more about the plug and play model and its evolution, we have got you. And of course, I probably dated myself with that joke. And some people are like, what? Yeah. Aha was the band you were just listening to. Plug and Play is another of Alberta Innovate's accelerator partners in the Scale Up and Growth program. I am pleased to introduce Sharif Sadawi, Director of Corporate Partnerships at Plug and Play. Sharif is going to be taking questions after his presentation, so make sure you get them in the chat. Now, with the industry connection for growth, the evolution of Plug and Play open innovation model, here is Sharif Sadawi.
Hi, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're calling in from. Happy to be here. I'm ready to get started with this presentation, so let me kick it off. I'll share my screen. Alrighty. All right, so as our MC said, I'll go over what Plug and Play is, who we are, what our model is. I'll talk a bit more about our programs. And if you do have any questions, please make sure to put them in the chat and we'll have some time at the end to answer them all. So first, let's start with who we are as Plug and Play. Well, we are referred to as the ultimate innovation platform, which is a pretty broad and lofty term, but we like it at Plug and Play because we do a lot of different things at Plug and Play. But our mission is here, connecting innovators, entrepreneurs, corporates, investors. We also work with a lot of governments around the world, including here in Alberta. But before I get started, we've got a pretty fascinating history at Plug and Play, so I'd love to walk you through that. It started in the 90s when our founder and CEO, Said Hamidi, he came over to the US from Iran after the Islamic Revolution. His family had to leave. They settled in California, in Palo Alto. They had this small building that you can see in the top left there. The bottom floor of that building had a rug shop or a carpet store. And on the second floor, there was empty space. So being in Palo Alto, he wanted to rent it out as office space to startups in the area. We call that building the Lucky Building because of some of the famous tenants it housed. So the picture you can see there on the top left, that's Google in the 90s. They moved into this building when they were 3 employees and they grew Google from 3 to 40 employees in that building. Google was a startup in those days. PayPal was another famous tenant that came through this building, as well as Logitech and Danger. So Saeed was lucky enough or smart enough to invest in all of those companies. So as you can imagine, with investments like Google and PayPal, he got off to a pretty good start in the world of investing. So fast forward to 2006, that's when Plug and Play was born. So he sort of took that same model that he had in the Lucky building and scaled it up. He said, if it works in a small building, what happens if I get a big building? So our current headquarters was purchased in 2006, about 200,000 square feet. And initially it was just kind of a real estate play. So he turned that building into sort of a mecca for startups, and they'd come in there, lease office space. And when he'd see an interesting startup that he'd like, he'd invest in them. But 2012 is when our model kind of evolved into what it is today, which is bringing corporates, investors, and startups all together under the same roof. And we do this through our industry-themed platforms. So one of the things Plug and Play really pioneered is these accelerator programs that are revolved around specific industries. Pretty soon we were working with so many different corporate partners from so many different industries, we started to split them up into different verticals. Today we've got 20 of those verticals, and we're a global company, so we've got over 45 locations around the world. But I like this slide here because it really breaks down what Plug and Play does into three basic pillars. So starting on the right, as a VC, we're consistently ranked one of the most active investors in the world. So we'll typically invest somewhere between 200 and 250 companies every year from the family office. So that's essentially from Plug and Play's or Saeed's bank account. He'll deploy 30 to 50 million every year in these startups. We also work with over 500 corporations around the world. They come to Plug and Play with challenges, and then we help solve those challenges by connecting them with startups and technology. And then to complement that, we also run these accelerator programs, which I'll get into, and we run over 60 of these programs every year. And this is kind of the ecosystem of change makers that Plug and Play is built around us. So corporations and startups, connecting them, that's kind of our bread and butter. But we work with over 100 universities around the world. We do a lot of sourcing out of universities. We have a huge network of VCs and investors that we co-invest with around the world. And we've got a huge pool of mentors. I'll get into this later in the presentations, but the mentors are a really crucial part of the support services that we provide to our startups. And we work with governments and regulators in all of our different locations. So all of these three pieces, they kind of work together in this symbiotic relationship. So all the colors you see here are very complementary to one another. So startups, they like Plug and Play, not just because we're investors, but we work with over 500 global companies that we can connect them with for business development opportunities. Corporations, they like Plug and Play, not just because we've got over 50,000 startups in our network, but because we're investors ourselves, they can be assured that the caliber of startups that we're going to put in front of them are the highest caliber. And then from Plug and Play's perspective, we're constantly seeing these interactions between corporations and startups every day. So if we have a startup that we introduce to, say, 8 different corporate partners and 6 of them end up doing a pilot project with them or a proof of concept project, then that's a good indication for us and kind of guides our investment thesis that maybe we should be investing in that startup. So everyone's a winner here. Corporations, they get to see great technology. Startups, they get to develop their businesses within Plug and Play, and then Plug and Play gets to make great investments. So talk about our accelerator programs. There's a few things that make our accelerator programs unique. The first is we don't take any equity from startups in any of our programs around the world. The reason we do that is we want to keep the barriers of entry basically zero for startups. So when they come, all they're giving up is their time, and that allows us to attract the best startups from around the world because it's a pretty easy yes for them when we ask them if they want to join one of our programs. The second thing is that we are also stage agnostic. So in any given cohort, in any of our programs, you could find startups that are pre-seed startups, so they've only got 2 or 3 people maybe employed, or it could be a Series A startup with 100 or more employees. The word startup sometimes is misleading to folks that maybe aren't too familiar with the startup landscape. They think 2, 3 people and an idea when they think about a startup, but often startups have hundreds of employees. The other thing that's unique is that all of our accelerator programs are clustered around industries. So we like to attract startups, corporations, investors around specific industries because we think that's where the best results happen. And then the last thing is the scale. So you can see here last year, we accelerated over 2,500 startups. They came from all over the world. This year, I believe we're on track to breaking 3,000 startups. So we're doing this on a really, really big scale. On the investment front, these are some of our stats from the family offices. That's where it's saying we made 210 investments last year. There's kind of two vehicles that we invest out of in Plug and Play. The first is what you see here. That's the Plug and Play Family Office. And then the second vehicle is through industry funds. So we started setting up these industry funds where our corporate partners from specific industries, say sustainability, fintech, supply chain, they'll become LPs, meaning they invest in a fund. So they'll put maybe 5 million towards a fund, and Plug and Play will do this on behalf of corporate partners and invest on their behalf. So we're the GP in that relationship. We manage the fund and invest those the capital in startups. But our average check size last year was about 150,000 in those startups, and we generally invest out of the family office in early stage startups. And I just wanted to put this slide here to kind of give you an overview of what are the things we look for when we are investing in startups. So team, technology, business, and traction. And depending on what stage the startup is at, you might look at some of these in more detail. So in an early stage startup, team is what matters the most. But maybe when they've got a bit more traction later on, you can look at things like metrics, how many customers they've had, revenue, things like that. But often in the early stage, the team is what matters most. And we've got a great track record. So we've invested in over 35 different unicorns right now. Our portfolio is about 2,000 startups. Out of those 2,000, 10% or so are valued over 100 million. And these logos that you see here are all companies that we've invested in that are valued at over $1 billion. And at the bottom there, you can see on the bottom two rows, the ones that are marked as 2021, those are portfolio startups that achieved that unicorn status last year alone. And out of those 13 unicorns that you see at the bottom there, we were the first checks for 8 of them, meaning when they were just 2 or 3 people and maybe they had their MVP or they hadn't really fully developed their business model, we invested in them. We gave them their first $50,000, $100,000, and we've grown with them to now being valued over $1 billion. So when we're looking at investments, since we're talking about teams today, I wanted to highlight why team is the most important when it comes to startups. As I mentioned earlier, unlike some other industries, or if you're looking at something like a company that's traded on the stock market, often you don't have much more to go on other than the team. So if it's an early stage startup, they might not have fully proved their technology. They might not have validated their technology. They might not have got their first customers. They might have no real traction that they can prove their model with. So all you have to go by is the actual team. What's their background? Have they done this before? Do they look like they're ready to get into what's going to come? Because being a founder is not easy. And then diversity. So in a team, is it just a CTO, only a technical person, or do they have somebody in sales as well? So we like to have complementary different kind of co-founders. So if you have somebody who's a tech wizard and he's got a PhD, you also want to complement that skill with somebody who can go out and sell that product or service. Are they on the same page? So when we speak to co-founders, we want to see, do they have a shared vision when they're looking at where they want to take that startup? And then how are they going to deal with hard times? Any founders in the audience here will know that being in a startup is not a smooth ride. So being a really tight-knit team and kind of being on the same page and having that shared vision is really important, because when hard times hit, you need to be stronger than ever to get through them. So on the corporate side, last year, we worked with 235 corporate partners. This year, I think we're at about 565 partners. And you probably recognize a lot of the logos here. This is just kind of a sample of some of the companies we work with. They're typically Fortune 500 companies. You might think, why would a company the size of Walmart or P&G come to a Plug and Play? These guys spend millions. They have teams, huge teams that are focused on innovation. It's because all of these companies realize that it's often faster, cheaper, or more efficient to work with startups rather than develop technology in-house. So Walmart might be looking for a solution to help them with their logistics, with all the trucks that are going up and down the US. They could look to develop that internally, but if they look outside of Walmart, there could be some great solutions that they could easily just plug into their business. And all those folks here join one or more of our industry-themed verticals. So we've got everything from food to fintech, IoT, and we've got 3 programs here in Alberta that I'll get into later on in the presentation. But the idea is, no matter who you are as a corporate partner, there's at least one of these industry verticals that will be relevant for you. And if you look at our global reach, this is one of our biggest strengths as an organization. We've got offices here in Alberta, Silicon Valley, Tokyo, and a lot of major cities in between. And why this is really important is because we can connect our partners with technology in places where they don't have boots on the ground. So if you think of an organization like COSIA here in Alberta, they're looking for technology for their member companies. So Plug and Play have boots on the ground in all these different locations. So they might be very well versed or aware of all the solutions, say in North America, but there could be a great solution in Europe or in Japan that they're not aware of. Plug and Play has boots on the ground in all these locations and folks on the ventures team that are constantly sourcing startups for our corporate partners. And on the back end, we house all that data in our internal software called Playbook. So we're able to make those connections across the globe. And then on the flip side of that, if you are a startup, let's say you're a startup in Paris and you've had great success in France, but you want to expand into a new market, those startups use this footprint as soft landing spots to enter into new markets. So that fintech startup could join one of our programs in Germany, meet our corporate partners, get business, and grow that way. And then once they've been successful there, they could jump over the pond to, say, our program in Silicon Valley, meet our corporate partners there. So it's a great platform for startups to grow their businesses through our offices. I'll quickly touch on our university engagements. So often great ideas, they start on college campus grounds, but they often find it hard to scale beyond the university. So that's where Plug and Play comes in. We go and we find those startups, we help them commercialize their ideas and then scale it through our network. You can see on the left there how many startups we're looking at from universities. So in 2020, we reviewed over 5,000 university startups. About 30% of those, we actually invite them in to Plug and Play to pitch in front of our network. So you can see in the middle there, we've got a whole calendar of events specifically for university startups. So we'll have maybe a Friday pitch session where we'll invite 10 startups from USC and 10 startups from UCLA. And you can see those sessions are pretty well attended by corporate partners and VC partners. And then we ourselves also invest in university startups. So last year we invested, or in 2020, we invested in 77 startups from universities. And last year, I believe the number was 75 university startups that we invested in. So quick, again, if you have any questions on what I just went through, please put them in the chat. Happy to answer them when we're done. I'll quickly touch on our programs and accelerator programs and how that ties into kind of the corporate innovation. So there's the accelerator programs, but then around that, we use the accelerator programs to have all these activities and services for our partners. Things like innovation days. So in innovation days, that's when Plug and Play staff will go to the HQ of one of our partners. We'll maybe bring an expert in a specific area that they're looking at, bring some startups with us and expose the whole company to innovation. We have services like deal flow sessions, which I'll get into in a few slides time. But equally important is as meeting startups, corporations, they come to Plug and Play to meet each other. So on our platform, we work with companies that are rivals in the outside world. So we have Pepsi and Coca-Cola both on the same platform. We've got McDonald's and Yum Brands that owns KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell. So at Plug and Play, corporations want to meet each other. They want to meet with their peers and figure out what kind of challenges are industry-wide, and maybe there are opportunities for them to work together on those as well. So on the program front, this is the typical kind of framework for our programs. They're 3-month cohorts. So before selection day, our team will go out and do about a month and a half, 2 months of sourcing for startups. Selection day is when we select who is admitted into our cohort. We'll put them through a 3-month curriculum, and then we graduate at an expo or a summit at the end. Actually, just the day before yesterday, we had our expo here in Alberta in a beautiful Banff where I am right now. And then throughout the cohort, we have these things called focus weeks. So these are condensed weeks of activities. So often startups don't need to be physically present for an accelerator program for the entire 3 months. So what we like to do is have these condensed activity periods throughout the cohort where we bring everybody together. Deal flow sessions, those are one-on-one sessions between corporations and startups, and I'll go into that in a bit more detail soon. And then we have office hours sprinkled throughout, whether that's with our mentors, with corporate partners, connecting the startups with the right folks. So how are we finding all of these startups that feed all of these accelerator programs? These are the main channels here. So I mentioned our VC partner network. So everyone on the ventures team here at Plug and Play, we've got about 150 folks on the ventures team. They've all got relationships with investors around the world, and they're constantly kind of exchanging deal flow with one another. So that's one of the channels that we source our startups through. I touched on universities. Even some of our government partners will refer startups to Plug and Play. And then always on active sourcing. This is our term for us actively going out and finding startups. So typically accelerator programs, they'll have that last piece, which is inbound applications. So for a cohort, they'll put out a call for applications and see who applies to be part of the program. We kind of flip that around where we go out and find startups and invite them to come to our accelerator program. So out of these 4 channels you see here, about 80% of the startups that come through our programs were found by somebody on our ventures team, and we'll go out, knock on their door and say, hey, would you like to join this program? Because we found that that's really helps keep the quality as high as possible for the startups. And then they also, if we're doing the research and making sure it's a good match for them, they'll probably have the fruitful journey through those 3 months. And this is what our selection process looks like. So ahead of each cohort, our ventures team will go out and do that sourcing. We'll come up with a list of about 500 startups per cohort. Our ventures team will do their due diligence, look through all of those startups, and come up with their top 50 list. So we call that the elite list. That list is then shared with our corporate partners. Corporate partners will get a rubric. They'll individually rank each one of those 50 startups. We'll collect those rankings, and that's how we come up with the top 20 that are invited to selection day. On selection day, the startups come, they'll do a live pitch in front of our corporate partners, and then there's one more round of voting where each corporate partner will vote on the startups that they want to see admitted to our program. We tally up those votes, and that's how we settle on the 10 or so that are accepted into the cohort. So it's very intentional why we have the corporate partners in the driving seat when it comes to the selection process. So they dictate the focus areas and they actually drive the selection process, because we want to make sure that those startups and corporations are working together throughout that 3-month period. So if the corporate partners are the ones that actually selected those startups, there's a good chance that they'll have a really good experience in the program and hopefully get some business done in that 3 months time. And just to round out the numbers, we'll typically invest in 2 startups per cohort. Sometimes we'll invest in 0, sometimes we'll invest in 6, but on average, we invest in 2 per cohort. So this is the kind of first way that corporate partners look at startups through Plug and Play. This is more of a consortium model where it's a group of partners sitting together at a table looking at startups. The second way is a one-on-one session. It's a deal flow session. So this is where a corporate partner will come to Plug and Play with a tech interest or a challenge, and then we'll go out and source startups to help them solve that challenge. So let's take Pepsi as an example. If Pepsi were starting a new line of soft drinks, they could come to Plug and Play and say, hey, we're starting this new line of soft drinks and we're looking for alternative sweeteners that we can use in that drink. So rather than trying to develop the technology themselves, they'll come and look for different external partners that can help them. So Plug and Play will go out and find 15 to 20 startups in the alternative sweetener space. We'll send that list to our corporate partner. The folks at Pepsi then look through that list that has the profile of the startups, where the founders are from, how much money they've raised, any case studies that they have that can be relevant for them. And they'll filter that down to their favorite 5 to 8 startups. Plug and Play will then go out and contact those 5 to 8 startups and facilitate what we call the deal flow session, which is essentially a 3 or 4 hour block where each one of those startups will get 30 minutes to pitch the folks at Pepsi. What happens from these different kind of conversations is that could lead to an NDA, which might lead to a pilot project with Pepsi or a commercial agreement. And we even get some of our corporate partners, as a result of these kind of deal flow sessions, they'll invest in startups or maybe even acquire them. Mentorship is a huge part of what we do at Plug and Play. Because we're dealing with startups from all different sectors, all different stages, they'll all have their own unique challenges and needs, which is why it's so important to have a broad spectrum of mentors that we can call upon to help those startups. So we'll have some startups that come through our programs and their main focus is that they want to invest, raise a round of funding. So that's when we'll put in our mentors from VCs and investors that we know to help connect them and make those connections to help them raise that round of funding. Others might be looking at kind of still developing their product or service. So they might want to speak to somebody who has the technical background that can help them develop that. We'll pull in the right mentors. Or sometimes they'll be looking for just customers. They've got their product or service. All they want is business development. And that's where our corporate partners come in. So it's a very tailored experience that startups get at plug and play programs, because we try and kind of make that make their journey as customizable as possible, that's relevant to their needs and challenges. A couple of success stories I'll go through just to round it out, and then we'll go to the questions. So the Alliance End Plastic Waste. In 2020, the Alliance End Plastic Waste, it's a non-for-profit organization. They came to us and they asked us to run accelerator programs to help end the problem of plastic waste. So we started with 3 programs in Paris, Silicon Valley, and Singapore. And 9 months later, because of the great work that we did with them, we actually launched another 3 programs, and we've just launched our 7th program in Tokyo. So we're running 7 accelerator programs for the Alliance End Plastic Waste. We're helping them source startups that can help address this challenge. And we've had a lot of great success with this program. We've accelerated over 120 startups through this program. Those startups have raised over 130 million. And we've had over 100 pilot projects between the startups and our corporate partners that are part of this program. The second one is Stuttgart, Germany. So in Stuttgart, we have over 35 partners. This program was started by Mercedes-Benz. They were a partner in our Silicon Valley office, and they loved the model, the accelerator model that we built. And they asked us to come to their backyard and set up an accelerator program in Stuttgart. So we went there initially just with one partner, Mercedes. A lot of other companies in the automotive space started interacting with those startups, and it's really grown into the ultimate mobility platform. And what's really interesting and satisfying from these kind of programs is seeing the real world impact. So for example, if you buy a Mercedes car today, there's 17 different technologies in that car that are a direct result of this program here in Stuttgart. A good example is SoundHound. It's kind of a voice recognition software, a bit like Shazam. They were one of our startups that came through this batch. We introduced them to Mercedes, and now they're embedded in the infotainment system of Mercedes cars. So it's really satisfying with these kind of programs, seeing the real world impact that we're making. But I'll save the best to last, which is what we're doing here in Alberta. So thanks to Alberta Innovates and other funders, Plug and Play set up shop in Alberta earlier this year, in January of this year. We're running programs based out of 2 cities, but this is for the whole province. There's 3 programs, 2 sector-specific programs, a clean resources or sustainability program, a digital health program, and 1 sector-agnostic program. So we welcome startups from any different sector, but it has a focus on artificial intelligence and machine learning. And through these programs, we're accelerating over 80 startups per year. So in our second cohort, we just wrapped up earlier this week, we accelerated, we had 48 startups that were on stage talking about the progress that they've made over the last 3 months. That's all I have today. Looking forward to any questions.
Yeah, we've got a couple for you this morning. How do you balance the interest of entrepreneurs and your corporate partners?
Well, that's why we have our corporate partners kind of driving the selection process, because we want to make sure those interests are aligned. We're servicing our corporate partners, but we're also helping our startups. So what we try and do is make these win-win situations where a corporate partner looks for a specific thing and the startup has a solution for that. So ideally, in all cases, we're the way the model is set up allows us to cater to both those interests at the same time.
Yeah, we've got lots of questions coming in, so keep them coming. Let's get engaged. Sharif, what are some of the emerging trends that are coming from your corporate partners?
Yeah, that's interesting. So all of our industry verticals, so we started with one industry vertical, which was our retail vertical, and all of the rest of them kind of spun out organically based on the interests of our corporate partners. So for example, we had our food program, and then a lot of the partners that we had in our food program were interested in what was happening in the agriculture space. So ag tech is a term you might have heard that's just sort of really come to the forefront in the last 5 or 6 years. So our ag tech program was guided. We launched our ag tech program because our corporate partners were looking at that. more recently, all the crypto blockchain have been really big kind of trends that we're seeing. So it's not just in the fintech space. So it's not just banks that are looking at that. We have some of our retail partners like Lacoste looking at wanting to learn more about Web3 blockchain, the metaverse. They want to set up a store in the metaverse. So I would say this year, certainly it would be blockchain, crypto, Web3 are areas of interest that we're getting from all partners. And one more thing, sustainability. Over the last couple of years, everybody's interested in sustainability. It's not just producers, there's even insurers interested in sustainability, in finance, green financing. So sustainability is one of those things that we're seeing across the board. So those two things, I guess.
I know you mentioned in your talk, you just mentioned sustainability, but in your talk, you mentioned diversity. Can you talk a little bit more? This is a question from one of our audience members. Can you talk a little bit more about how you assess team diversity?
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it in a couple of ways, diversity and sort of your background, whether that's a technical diversity. And me, myself, I've experienced this in working groups. If you have a group of people that all went to the same school and have a very similar background, they're all going to think alike. So diversity of thought is very important. And actually, we just launched at Plug and Play a diversity-focused program helping underrepresented founders. It's called Drive, and we just launched it just last month. Because Plug and Play, where we sit, we have a front row seat to the challenges that startups have. And we see that we've seen the obstacles that underrepresented founders have, and we're in a good position to help them solve that. So what we've done is create a program specifically for underrepresented founders. We went out and surveyed over 100 underrepresented founders, figured out what their challenges are, and then we designed a program around those challenges.
Another one, when connecting a startup with corporations, who controls the timing of that connection, the founding company or Plug and Play?
The connection between corporations and startups. So it would be the corporates actually, because they would come to us with a challenge and then we would find the startups and introduce them. So it's generally the corporate partners.
Okay. Next question, how do you come up with corporate themes for the cohorts?
They do. And again, we really lean on our corporate partners to drive the process, not just for the selection process, but finding out what the focus areas are. We don't like to tell corporates what they should be looking at. We find out what their challenges are first, and then we'll go out and source for that. So if you think about, say, fintech, something like blockchain, maybe 6 years ago, it was things like chatbots were really important to all of our partners. So we go out and source startups for that. These days, they're looking at different areas. So it really comes from our corporate partners. We find out what the focus areas are, and then we'll source based on those focus areas.
All right, we got a question from Abdullah. They ask, what does it take to launch and run an accelerator? And what is the time and initial budget commitment? So a two-part question there.
What does it take? A lot, I guess. And it's something that we're constantly improving on. So Plug and Play has been doing these accelerator programs for 15 years now. And at the end of every cohort, we get feedback from our startups. So we're constantly trying to improve what we're doing. And we sort of think we've fine-tuned our process to accelerate innovation in the most efficient way possible now, because we're constantly learning. And what works today might not work for the startups tomorrow. And just to give you a good example of that, in COVID, when everything overnight basically had to switch to remote programs. So we're constantly adjusting. And then from operating all of our programs remotely for about 12 months or so, we've learned stuff that helps us even now that we don't have the need to be remote. So things like connecting corporate partners over Zoom, like today, is really useful, because in a 3-hour session, you could connect one of our corporate partners to a startup in the US, Europe, and Asia, all within the same session. So it's constantly evolving. And the second question was budgets. That would range pretty widely depending on where we are. We operate in all these different countries, so there's so many different factors. So it's not a one answer fits all kind of question, I guess.
All right. What strategies have you applied to sustain the accelerator financially?
Well, Plug and Play's model is pretty unique, that all the corporate partners that we provide services for, they pay plug and play. And then because of that, we cover all of our operational costs through those membership fees that corporations pay us. And that's why we're able to offer everything that we do for startups for free. So the accelerator programs are all kind of funded by that model we have with corporate partners paying plug and play, which is why we're able to do all of those things for free for the startups.
All right. What's next on the horizon for Plug and Play?
Here in Alberta, we're just keep going from strength to strength. So we just finished our first 12 months, accelerated 88 startups this year. We're looking to expand, add more startups to that, see what other industries we can tackle. And with Alberta Innovates, we're exploring different opportunities of how we can help the startups even more and take them from Alberta, connect them with our different global offices, and expand that way.
All right, and I think this is a great question to end this session off. How do you see the accelerator space evolving in the next decade? And I love this next part of this question. What excites you?
Oh, wow. Loaded question. How do I see accelerators evolving? Again, it's hard to see. I mean, if you look back 5 years ago and saw how accelerators operated then compared to now, I don't think anybody 5 years ago could have predicted the changes that have happened over the last 5 years. So hard to see the future. All I can say is that we're very nimble and very open to changing. Our model is very flexible. So if something works, then we'll keep it. If something doesn't work, we won't. And that's the beauty of having so many different locations as well, is that we can try different things in different locations. So let's say our program in Stuttgart has a new way of connecting our startups to investors, say. If that works well, then we'll roll it out across all of our locations. If another location tries something and it doesn't work out, then we'll just drop that piece of the accelerator program. So again, it's just a constantly evolving model. And what excites me, wow. I think what excites me actually is the industry funds we're setting up. So we have all of these different accelerator programs that you saw earlier. And what we're doing is launching funds corresponding to each one of those verticals. So that allows us to invest in more startups. That allows our corporate partners to participate in the upside of investing in startups, and it allows Plug and Play to write bigger checks. So we, by Silicon Valley standards, the size of our checks are not huge. Our average is about 150K. But when we invest in a company that's maybe pre-seed and then a seed stage, as they keep raising more and more money, you have to write bigger and bigger checks. So being able to share that with our corporate partners is an exciting thing for me. We launched 2 of those funds just last year, and we'll probably be launching another 2 or 3 in the coming year.
Excellent. Thanks, Sharif, for joining us all the way from, I guess, California, San Francisco Bay Area.
I am based in California, but I'm in beautiful Alberta today. I'm in Banff, so looking forward to enjoying the beautiful snow outside.
Well, you're going to watch it from the windows because I don't know if it's similar to our temperatures, but we're hovering around minus 30. So beautiful Banff.
More than this video over here.
It looks good from your hotel room. Thanks, Sharif. I appreciate your time. We are going to take a bit of a break. We've been working our brains so much this morning that we're going to massage it with some beautiful music. It is my honor to introduce our performer today, Erin David. Erin David is a local singer who's been performing throughout Edmonton since 2009. She's performed for National Indigenous Peoples Day celebration over at the Alberta Legislature. Also Carrie West, maybe you perhaps saw her at the Works Festival, Heritage Days, and 5 artists, One Love in celebration of Black History Month. Here is Erin David.
Tanse, my name is Erin, and I'm here to just sing a few songs for you, and we're just going to get right into it, but I just want to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory, and I'm grateful and honoring the original keepers of this land. This first song is called Can I Change My Mind, originally done by Tyrone Davis. He didn't even bat an eye as I packed my things to leave. I thought he would start to cry or sit around my room and weep. that man really fooled me this time. He acted like I was the last thing on his mind. I would like to start all over again. Baby, can I change my mind? I would like to change my mind. As I took those steps towards that open door, I just did not want to go. But he didn't give me no sign. No, baby. Nothing that would make me change my mind. I would like to start all over again. Baby, can I change my mind? I would like to change my mind. Oh, I played my games many times before. But people, let me tell y'all, I never made it to that door. But all the winds are howling tonight. I keep looking back, but my baby's not in sight. I would like to start all over again. Baby, can I change my mind? I would like to change my mind. Thank you. I want to introduce Keith Fix. He is my pal, my partner in crime. Well, not crime, but partner in music. And we've been performing together for about 10 years. So, and yeah, he's my ride or die. We're going to do another song for you all. This one, it's called Simply the Best by Tina Turner. We're going to do our own rendition. So here we go. I call you when I need you. My heart's on fire. You come to me, wild and wired. When you come to me, give me everything I need. You give me a lifetime of promises, a world of dreams. You speak a language of love like you know what it means. Oh, it can't be wrong. Take my heart and make it strong. You're simply the best, better than all the rest. You're better than anyone I've ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. I hang on every word you say and tear us apart. No, baby, I would rather be dead. In your heart, I see the stars of every night and every day. In your eyes, I get lost, I get washed away. Just as long as I'm here in your arms, there can be no better place. You're simply the best, better than all the rest. You're better than anyone I've ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. I hang on every word you say and tear us apart. No, oh baby, I would rather be dead. Each time you leave me, I start losing control. You're walking away with my heart and my soul. I can feel you even when I'm alone. Oh, baby, don't let go. You're better than all the rest. You're better than anyone I've ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. I hang on every word you say and tear us apart. No, oh baby, I would rather be dead. Thank you all. I'm very honored to have had the opportunity to share these songs with you. I want to thank Alberta Innovates for putting on this amazing event. And I just want to say to all you in Edmonton and surrounding areas, stay warm.
Yes, stay warm. Behind the scenes here, you can see she's wearing boots, and well, so is most of us here today. I'm sorry to destroy the illusion, but that was absolutely beautiful. That last song, just gorgeous, gave me goosebumps. Let's move on to our next panel now. Fueling corporate innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystems. Lessons from the Alchemist model. Your moderator today is Ian Berman. He's partner at the Alchemist Accelerator. It's one of the top-ranked accelerators by investors. And you guessed it, another Alberta Innovates Accelerator partner. Ian is a self-described general-purpose nerd and corporate innovation agitator. I love that. Take it away, Ian.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you may be dialing in from. We're going to start with alchemy, a seemingly magical process of transforming or combining elements into something new, taking something of perceived low value and transforming it into something invaluable. At Alchemist, we believe that it's through community that true alchemy occurs. Fear transmutes into excitement, visions into reality, loneliness into connection. This is important because startup ecosystems are indeed communities. They form a vibrant flywheel when powered by this magical mix of talent, capital, entrepreneurial spirit, experience, and challenges that need to be solved. The secret is that this magic can be created through deliberate action, and it doesn't have to be complicated. A lot does go into building successful innovation ecosystems, and today, we wanted to talk about a set of relationships that are just so important and are so often overlooked. The structured, high bandwidth connections between entrepreneurs and the corporations that have the talent, capital, and motivation to help early startups succeed. So I'm really pleased to be here along with some members of the Alchemist community to share some thoughts on the topic. As Stacy said, my name is Ian Bergman. I'm a partner at Alchemist Accelerator, head of our corporate and government services division, Alchemist X, and I'm so pleased to be here today. Alchemist is an early stage tech accelerator focused on working with enterprise B2B startups. We have over 600 startups in our portfolio, over 50% of which have raised follow-on funding, and have almost 24 unicorns and soonicorns in the portfolio. We live and breathe startup-driven innovation. I want to say thank you to the amazing folks at Alberta Innovates and Inventors Unbound for bringing us together. This discussion around entrepreneurial ecosystem building is an important one, perhaps never more so than in today's really challenging macro environment. So we have a really awesome panel discussion that we're going to get to in just a few minutes. You have to listen to me talk for just a couple minutes, but then we'll get to the good stuff. And I hope that as we do, you'll start to share my belief that building these bridges between corporations and startups is critical, and that a few simple acts can go a long way to building really enduring connections. I formed this belief through my now 20 some odd years in tech at organizations large and small, after I realized something. No one really knows anything, or at least they certainly don't know everything they need to know about the product, team, market, customers, the future. This is hard stuff that we do. And specifically, with every generational improvement in fundamental technologies, with every shift in how consumers worldwide engage with the industry and with each other, it becomes more and more impossible to keep up with the pace of change in the world around us. So this observation, and it's kind of a simple one, it's an obvious one, but I'd argue important, informs our conversation here today. It's why I do what I do at Alchemist, because when it's impossible for any one person or organization to keep up with all the change around them in the world, a very simple answer is to engage with the folks that are driving that change. Really often, that's the entrepreneurs, the founders, the innovation ecosystem. So let's talk about that for just a second. When we're talking about what keeps startup ecosystems going, we often talk about flywheels. And in my experience, sustainable startup ecosystems are powered by just a few things. There is, of course, the academic institutions and the pipeline of talent and energy that flow out of them, ready to build new things. There are previously successful entrepreneurs who are giving back with their experience and their capital. Investors and an innovation support network of incubators, accelerators, service providers, and so much more. Transparent regulatory frameworks that allow for experimentation, risk-taking, and change. And then the one that is so often overlooked, the engaged corporate buyer and corporate innovators who help early startups validate their product and their business model, gain first commercial traction, and scale to success. What do I mean by this? Well, look, just as established organizations depend on access to a healthy innovation ecosystem to stay current, to stay competitive, the innovators, the startups, depend on those larger organizations to be suppliers of talent, capital, and buying power. I've seen this in my own career. My hometown is Seattle. And one could argue that the now thriving startup ecosystem there was created largely out of the incredible talent that was aggregated by companies like Microsoft, Boeing, Starbucks, Amazon, Costco, et cetera, so many more. These people go and build a deep understanding of the problems in the world, in their jobs, in their industries. And then they flow out to found new companies solving these problems. And then they go right back to their former employers and ask them, hey, will you be a first customer? Will you help us get this product just right? You can see this in places like Shanghai or Tel Aviv, Toronto or Paris, where global and domestic brands gather to workshop new ideas, hack against new technologies, and ensure they remain competitive for years to come. And in emerging places like Doha, Edmonton, Houston, where local powers are deliberately building the bridges that are going to help startups grow. So observing these ecosystems and with our own work has led to 5 really important lessons to consider. Deployment of capital by corporations helps these organizations learn and stay ahead of the curve. We're going to talk a bit about that. Corporate buyers can help fuel and refine and prove the sustainability of new ideas and new technologies. Talent flowing in and out feeds healthy ecosystems. And then it takes deliberate action to get things going. These things don't just happen. And that deliberate action is best expressed through simple engagement models as they enable people to participate. So I'm going to ask you to keep all that in mind. And now I'm really thrilled to be joined by some amazing members of the Alchemist community. Each of these people is working and has worked through their careers to help forge connections between entrepreneurs and large corporations, has a wealth of insight and passion and stories to add to some of the lessons we've talked about today. We're going to have plenty of time for Q&A. So if you do have questions for anyone on the panel, please get them into the chat. We'll try and get to all of them at the end. And so with that, I'd like to briefly introduce the panelists. First, we have Haya Al-Ghanem, an RDI program manager at Qatar Research Development and Innovation Council, who works really closely with corporate innovators in the country of Qatar. She is passionately leading efforts to continue strengthening the innovation ecosystem. Haya's career started building several initiatives to support entrepreneurs, including accelerators, a venture fund, and various community initiatives. She currently leads programs for large local enterprises to leverage innovations through partnerships, including the initiative Qatar Open Innovation. Haya earned her MBA from MIT Sloan School of Management in 2014 and her undergraduate degree in molecular, cellular, and developmental biology from the University of Colorado in Boulder. We have Robert Locke, President and Chief Strategy Officer at Phaedra, an AI control service for large cooling systems that enables dramatic improvements in energy efficiency, thermal stability, and sustainability. Prior to Phaedra, Robert was Senior Vice President of Corporate Development for Johnson Controls, where he led corporate venture capital team with the top 5% returns and sourced strategic acquisitions. Robert's responsibilities at JCI also included leading development teams in Silicon Valley, Tel Aviv, Bangalore, and Cork in developing new solutions to customer problems, leveraging AI in the cloud. Robert joined JCI with the acquisition of View Technology, where he was CEO, and he spent his career moving between large companies, including IBM, JP Morgan Capital, and Johnson Controls, and 6 startups. And we have Neil O'Carter, an investment manager with BASF Venture Capital. Neil spent more than 6 years with BASF Management Consulting, the internal management consultancy of the BAS Group. At BASF Management Consulting, Neil led several projects related to marketing and sales, growth and innovation, transformational change, organizational restructuring, and mergers and acquisitions. Neil, that's a mouthful. I love it. Prior to BASF, Neil worked as a consultant to the pharmaceutical industry. Neil earned his bachelor's in nutrition, food, and agriculture and his PhD in molecular nutrition and cell biology from Cornell University and his MBA from Rutgers Business School. Wow. Thank you so much for joining me for this panel discussion today. I think we'll just jump right in. And maybe to Neil to get the conversation started. So I talked briefly about this first observation in this lesson, that when corporate capital and intention is invested in the startup ecosystem, you can keep your finger on the pulse of what's coming and be more responsive because of it. Well, Neil, you work for a large multinational enterprise, although maybe not everyone is aware of the breadth of what BASF does. Can you share a bit about BASF and your role, what it is that you try and do in the startup ecosystem and how that helps BASF?
Right. So I think everyone is perhaps more familiar with BASF, the larger global chemical company. We have 11 operating divisions operating across I think all continents except for Antarctica, I guess. But we have a large presence in several different industries, namely automotive, human nutrition, personal care, petrochemicals, performance materials, you name it. What a lot of people don't know is that BASF has a venture capital team, of which I'm a member. Our team is global. There are 4 of us here in North America, myself and another colleague in Los Angeles, another colleague in Toronto, and another in Boston. We also have, 5 colleagues in Shanghai, two in Mumbai, a partner in Tel Aviv, another colleague in Copenhagen, a few more in Germany, and also another colleague in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And so as a global venture capital firm, we're looking at technologies across a wide range of industries. Mainly ag tech tends to be a big focus area for us. Sustainability, which is a fairly large bucket, but includes things like biodegradation, circularity, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, direct air capture, point source capture, and so on. And then another area of investment that I like to call everything else. So that could include quantum computing, biotech, battery technologies, aerospace, space tech, aviation, fintech. So it's a fairly large bucket for us, and one that continues to grow over time. With regards to how we support startups, my opinion is that corporate venture capital, it's a great source of capital for startups, not in the sense of simply providing investment dollars, but also being patient capital. Our fund has been around since 2001. We don't have a fund life. We have an evergreen fund that we continue to invest off our balance sheet. And therefore, for a lot of companies or startups that are coming into the deep tech space, we don't necessarily have to rush to an exit. We can be with that company and help that company develop over time. And we can do this through a number of different means. We can do some joint development, where we can use the expertise that exists within BASF to help companies develop their technologies even further. We can provide market access for the startup, whereas BASF visits our customers, we can also walk the startup through the door to also visit that same customer as well. Or in some cases, we can even become a customer of the startup, in which case one of our BASF operating divisions would purchase product or service from the startup itself. And all of this interaction helps the startup to grow from an early stage company to a more stable company with consistent business, and help to hone the business model and so on. And so in that regard, this is how I feel that corporate venture capital can support startups and be a crucial member of that venture capital ecosystem.
That's awesome, Neil. And if I could ask you maybe just a follow-up question, what is the strategic benefit to a company like BASF of all of the work that you do? You talked, for instance, that sometimes you become a customer or a purchaser of this technology. Can you share a little bit more about what your peers across the organization look for?
Sure. Well, I'd say for our operating divisions, a lot of our operating divisions are focused on the day-to-day activities of running a business. And while there are some strategy folks within these operating divisions and so on, they're not always able to see the complete picture as to what innovation looks like or where innovations can come from. And therefore, that activity in part falls on the venture capital team to go ahead and look at, okay, what else is out there? What's around the corner that perhaps BASF hasn't seen before? I'll use the example of quantum computing. One at face value would say, okay, why would BASF ever have any interest in investing in quantum computing? Well, it could be that in the future, the next latest and greatest catalyst that we develop as a company doesn't come from researchers at the bench, but comes through quantum simulation efforts, in which case it makes sense for us now to invest in technologies or areas like quantum computing. This is something that perhaps an operating division wouldn't necessarily do, but the venture capital team and other groups within BASF have the luxury of looking outside of BASF for where innovation is coming from.
Yeah, that's awesome. I remember the system shock that I got at some point when I was having a conversation about disease detection in agriculture, something I know very little about, but somebody was basically sharing with me, oh, wow, disease detection and remediation has been a very chemically intensive process for a very long time. And as AI is coming in, to help detect disease? Does a company even who builds chemicals even understand, right? Like that they need to be paying attention to this entirely different business. So I love that thought. Thank you. Let me move over to Haya, if that's okay. Can I ask you to just introduce a little bit about your role and maybe how some of that helps companies that you work with, enterprise you work with, keep in touch with what's current in the world?
Yeah, sure. So my role in Qatar Research Development and Innovation Council is basically to work closely with large local companies to support their innovation efforts. And I can step back and introduce QRDI. It was established fairly recently in 2018 to build a locally empowered, globally connected ecosystem of research, development, and innovation, mainly for the purpose of enhancing the country's resilience. And as a first task of this organization was to understand the current state of the RDI ecosystem. And we realized that Qatar for the past 15 years has built a very strong academic research and development infrastructure, funding, the capabilities, which resulted in mainly knowledge and highly skilled and trained individuals in research and engineering and science, which created very interesting dynamics in the country. We developed the talent and the infrastructure, but we don't have the local adopters, the early adopters of technology, equally developed and ready to work closely with our entrepreneurs and even take benefit from the R&D ecosystem that the country invested in. In the same time, the main purchasing power in the country is the government and those large local enterprises that are mainly funded by the government. And that led to the creation of the QRDI 2030 strategy, which is basically our blueprint to strengthen our innovation ecosystem over the coming 10 years. And the main strategic objective that my team and I are looking after is support our large local enterprises and government entities to leverage R&D and innovation and to improve their competitiveness and productivity. And based on that, we launched several initiatives and programs to strengthen this ecosystem and really become part of our local enterprises team to help them both realize the value of innovation and give them the tools to leverage innovation for their benefit.
That's really cool. And I want to thank you for joining us tonight. I know there's a small little sporting event happening in Qatar right now that might be a little distracting.
You found the one person who's not following that event.
I know. Well, I'll have to go watch the games after the event today. But so I want to expand on that because you talked a little bit about how you are building a simple interface to help these enterprises get access to the latest research and development and innovations. Can you share just one example of what the interface looks like, maybe how the Open Innovation Platform works and how you give these companies a simple way to plug in?
Yeah, our support to the companies comes in two phases. One, in partnership with Alchemist, we train the corporates, really the corporate leaders who we identify as the main people we need to involve to support in facilitating partnering with startups and SMEs. So we build the capabilities through training and support throughout the process. And The second set of services that we provide them is through the Open Innovation Program, the tools they need to go ahead and partner with innovators. Through the Open Innovation Program, we support the large local enterprises and government entities in identifying challenges and opportunities where they would benefit from partnering with innovators to solve those challenges or leverage those opportunities. We support them in articulating and publishing those challenges on their behalf. We support with funding the pilot once they select an innovation partner. And we also facilitate the pilot execution. Mainly, I find myself translating startup to corporate language in most cases, but really this is the phase that we have to go through. So hearing Neil talk about how the venture capital fund supports in opening doors in different ways. This is a stage that we aspire to reach to, given that we've been operating in this program for a year now, and we're seeing a lot of positive changes in this process. But this is a daily joy that I go through working with both worlds and helping integrate those two cultures.
That's amazing. We're getting a pile of questions in from the audience. Before I go to Robert, I want to bring in I want to start with just one of them. What is one concept? This is a question, Haya, for you, and then we're going to take it to Robert as well. What is one concept that you find you need to translate the most often between startups or investors or corporates?
So after going through, this is something that I'm living these days. So after going through selling the value of innovation to a corporate, I feel like I sold it way too strongly, and now they overestimate what they're bringing to the table. So both sides strongly believe that they are the rightful owner of IP generated from a pilot. And both sides believe that their contribution to the pilot will generate tremendous value to the other partner. So they start negotiating what will happen after a successful pilot, assuming that valuable IP will be generated within a 6-month period. And I have to manage this politically well with both sides, saying chances are there won't be any IP, so just move on with the pilot.
Yeah, it's really important to learn and refine as we go, and remember that this isn't a zero-sum game, right? Where we all just need to start negotiating our own pie. Well, Robert, if I can actually ask you to build on some of this conversation. So we've got you wearing 2 hats today. You're an executive at a startup. You're also an experienced investor and corporate innovator in large enterprises. Can you maybe share some thoughts on, what you've seen about sort of the different language and cultures used between startups and corporates, and how maybe in your career you've bridged that a little bit? And Robert, I think you're muted still.
Looks like I'm off now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. Startups and corporates, and as you pointed out, I've spent half my career in Fortune 500 companies like IBM and JP Morgan Capital, and lately Johnson Controls, and then the 6 startups. And they have completely different cultures. They have different vocabularies, and they have very different motivations. And so while there's enormous potential, and when it works, it's spectacular, it's very difficult oftentimes to navigate that. And I would say that the key to successfully navigating those complicated waters is to listen and to go into an engagement with a startup or going the other way with a corporate, if you're in the startup world, is to go with an open mind and go with an idea towards listening and go with an understanding that every situation, every potential partnership or engagement is unique. There are no categories where you just plug things in. So it really involves building a personal relationship and one which you really help each other understand what's going to work. And if you find that common ground, then great, move on, execute, and try to capture that value. And if you don't, move on to somebody else.
Makes total sense. When we were talking yesterday, you used a really interesting phrase, innovation theater, right? That sometimes pops up when, especially I think the large enterprise side, when they're working with startups. Could I ask you to share a little bit about what you mean by that phrase, and then maybe we'll dig in on how to avoid it?
Yeah, well, that goes to the different motivations. If you're in a startup, you have a burn the ships mindset. Everybody in the company joined the company with the understanding that most startups fail, or at least 50% fail. And when I say fail, I don't mean the failure is great kind of thinking. I'm talking about go out of business fail. So when you join a startup, you have the mindset that I'm going to work with this team. We're going to disrupt an industry. We're going to do very, very difficult things. And the rewards will be great, but the odds are relatively against us. So it's either succeed or go find another job. When you find, oftentimes I'll say, in large companies, the people who are doing on the innovation side of the equation, it's checking a box on a career with a company. So the appetite for risk, or the appetite to very directly and honestly address problems, is less. So innovation theater is where the temptation is to continually present a series of PowerPoints talking about how great what you're doing is, and how differentiated it is, and how nobody else in the world is doing it, and how disruptive it's going to be, and how great it's going to be. And then when things don't turn out, instead of saying, you know what, this really wasn't a very good idea and we should shut it down, which is hard to communicate in a big company, building another PowerPoint and doing it again. So that's what innovation theater is. And it's the direct result of very, very different cultures and fundamentally different motivations in startups versus big companies. And also, I would say, one other comment, I would say a lack of appreciation of an understanding that in the venture world, if something doesn't work, then everybody's motivated to shut it down, pivot, move to something else and move on, because everybody, the VCs and the management team are on the same page. If it doesn't work in a big company, it's a different equation.
It is. And I think, I shared a little bit of a story I'll share with everyone. I won't name the company, but it has really stuck with me. A partner that we worked with, another organization that isn't on this panel, was creating ventures internally, which is wonderful, right? And, they winnowed hundreds of ideas down to a couple where they we're going to put a team against. And they eventually got to one idea where they're like, all right, this is a new business. There's a team of entrepreneurs, people within our organization who are going to go create this new company. We're going to spin them out. They're going to go create a startup. And that's awesome. It's what you look for. And when push came to shove, they had a bit of a surprising challenge. Several of the team members looked really closely at their compensation packages, their bonus plans, and said, wait a second, I'm going to stick here in this large company. And a couple others who wanted to go join the new startup kind of negotiated against themselves. They said, you know what, I'm going to give up my equity in return for just a little bit more bonus. And I think that does speak to the different motivations and the different skills that help people succeed in a small organization and a large organization. And I think from my perspective, I think it's really important that, we recognize there's no better culture. There's no better approach here. There's just different approaches and different skill sets. And when the skills that help individuals succeed in a large organization don't translate to a small one, maybe that's all the more reason for the large organization to go seek out startups to work with, right? Just a thought.
That's exactly right. And I would also point out, we've focused a lot so far on corporate venture capital, which I led at Johnson Controls for 9 years. But to work with a startup does not require equity investment. In fact, I'd make the observation that the best startups out there with whom you most want to work with don't need your money. Their financings are oversubscribed. So the appeal of working with a large company has got nothing to do with the better startups with the money. And really some of the best success stories I've seen have nothing to do with venture investing. They have nothing to do with a formal program with innovation in the title anywhere. They have to do with somebody who's curious, who's a voracious reader, who wants to consume all kinds of information ideas, who spots a company out there somewhere and sends off an email or picks up the phone and calls them and says, hey, let's try to figure out if there's a way we can work together. Yeah. So I don't think people need to be encumbered by the idea that there needs to be a multi-million-dollar program out there supporting an effort to pick up the phone and call somebody and say, hey, it looks like I've got an idea, let's talk about it.
I love it.
And Ian, I'd also, quickly touch on the situation you described at this one company. This is, I'd say this is not uncommon. Just to add that the way BSF has addressed this issue is that we actually have a subsidiary of BSF called Chemovator, which is an incubator for entrepreneurs who have an idea about how they could do something differently or take an innovation or innovate somehow, set up an incubator for those colleagues to then join, be part of, and then grow that idea or startup into just grow it. And so, yeah, I think people do realize, or I'd say sober up even, when they realize that, hey, you know what, being an entrepreneur or a founder of a startup isn't perhaps as attractive as I thought it was. Allowing folks who do have that entrepreneurial spirit from within the organization to find a place where they're supported is important. And I think that's something that BSF has done really well with the Chemovator initiative.
That's awesome to hear. And I think it speaks to, find the simple, maybe hard to execute, but simple to describe engagement models that let people plug in as they see fit. We have some questions coming in from the audience, and I think one of them builds on this theme, and it's, what advice would you give to a corporate person, whatever that means, looking to dive into the startup world, and maybe vice versa? And I might ask actually the panel to do a round robin on this, starting with Robert, and then we'll go to Neil and then Hea.
If what they're talking about is dive into the startup world, as in quit your job with the big company and go work with a startup, I would say, that's the only way you're going to really understand what the startup experience is like, is to be there and live it. And if that truly does interest you, then figure out where your passion lies. Because going back to a comment you made earlier, Ian, there's no right answer, but one is a lot more fun than the other. And if you can find a startup with a group of extraordinary, talented people who are absolutely passionate about what they do every day and mission driven, in the case of our company, for example, based on the environment, then it's a blast to get up every morning and work hard and do what it takes to drive towards a common goal. So it is fun. So it's important. The relevance of that is, if you're interested in going from a big company to a startup, find something that you're truly passionate about. Find something that you would be willing to sacrifice for. Find something that with less income, you'd get up in the morning and be happy to go do it every day. And that will translate. And going the other way from a startup to a large company, I think that's easier to do because large companies are always looking for entrepreneurial talent or people with that kind of experience so they can go into these programs where they're entrepreneurs or whatever the title is, or entrepreneurs in residence inside of a company.
That's great. And your company has a number of people who came from a large organization.
Well, actually, it's a great example. I mean, I've spent my whole career doing it, but it's also an example of my point of reading something and reaching out. I read in the December issue of The Economist about what a team from DeepMind and Google were doing in saving energy in cooling of Google data centers. They saved 30% of the energy consumed at Google data centers. And I thought, wow, we can apply that to buildings. And I just reached out to somebody and set up a meeting with Mustafa Suleiman, who's a co-founder of DeepMind, and Jim Gao, who was leading that effort, and just went and sat down with them and said, I think there's an opportunity to work together. They had recently, as a startup, been acquired by Google, so they didn't need any money. There was no formal program. It was just Bobby Locke going and calling somebody up. And we had a meeting and we ended up working together for 2.5 years and doing work that was extraordinarily valuable to both companies. And then Jim and Veda, who was the technical lead on that, who also worked on the AlphaGo project at DeepMind, quit and did a startup. And then they asked me to be an advisor. And then 2 years later, I quit Johnson Controls and joined them there. But it all started with a phone call, no formal program, no venture investment, no entrepreneurs in residence, nobody with innovation in the title, just, wow, I read something and it's cool and let's explore it together.
Neil, did you have anything you wanted to add on that topic? You are one leg in each of these worlds right now.
Right. Yeah, just perhaps a quick story, if you will, just to talk about this flow of folks from corporates to the startup world. You might have seen an article in the Wall Street Journal that's talking about all the tech folks that are being laid off from Twitter and everything else, and how startups can benefit from taking these great minds and people with these great skill sets and bringing them into to their startup organizations. I was talking to another investor about this article, and we kind of looked at each other and laughed to say, you know, yes, you may have all these great people with great skill sets and so on that are available. The question is, as a startup founder specifically, do you want these people? You know, we were talking about this investor described these former tech employees as almost like Wagyu beef, because they're just treated so well that, you know, at a startup, is this the kind of person you want or need in your organization? I mean, these are benefits that perhaps you're not able to give to this person that these tech employees really enjoy and really value, which is why they end up working at such corporations. You know, are really, as a founder, should you be looking for someone that has a great technical background, but most importantly, wants to be part of shaping the culture at a startup? And at an early stage, having the right culture within that startup is so important, that you don't want to take someone in who has a great skill set and expects to receive right off the bat. You want to bring in someone who has a great skill set and wants to build with you. And so, you know, is that who you should be looking for as a founder? And I would almost submit to you that these are the harder employees to find, but the more valuable ones. And so that's something that, you know, unsolicited advice here. Well, no, I guess it is solicited because I'm on this panel. Fine. That if you're a founder and you're looking for tech talent, look for people who are culture builders. This is something that it will be most important for your startup moving forward.
Thank you. We've got about 5 minutes left. We've got a bunch of questions that are asking for personal stories, so we're going to get there. Hey, before we go, a question came in from the audience that I think is really appropriate here. Do you have any advice for jurisdictions like Alberta to create better corporate startup ecosystem collaboration? Any advice or lessons from your own experience, Haya?
I think one of the most valuable experiences I had was when I founded a startup in Qatar. And I lived through trying to sell to corporate and government. I found a client who, without a formal program, approached my company and was very excited about our product. We agreed on running a pilot. The whole business unit was really excited about our offering, and we designed the pilot together. The team was very engaged. We covered the cost of the pilot, but when it came to purchasing, that's when we hit the wall and we realized there are some terms, conditions, laws that will prevent this organization from becoming a client to a startup. So I lived this struggle, and this became a basis for me to make the change. So put yourself in their shoes, walk a mile, and then come to the development of this ecosystem.
I love that. I think, man, two quick observations. I think one, if you're a large enterprise and you have a vendor onboarding policy that requires, let's say, 3 years of financial statements from your vendors, it makes it really hard to buy from a 2-year-old company. So untangling that. And hey, you also said something else that's interesting. You have deliberately deployed capital to support the purchasing process, the POC, the deployment process. There's a lot of money, and a lot of it is wonderful money that is grant money that goes to founders. I think what you're doing is also very interesting, to put money into the buy side to prove out the technology. Really interesting stuff there. With our final couple of minutes, we have, oh man, we have so many good questions we're not going to get to. We'll just have to keep doing this. We'll have to get invited back. But I'm going to ask each of the panelists to share something personal, your inspiration moment for getting into the work that you're doing today. We've had a couple variations on that question. Maybe I'll ask Neil to go first. What was your inspiration to get into this type of work?
Yeah, there's I'll tell you perhaps what keeps me going on a day-to-day basis is that, there's so many challenges that the world is facing right now. Climate change, the need to feed a growing population, you name it. We could go down the list. What's reassuring to me, what gives me a lot of comfort and why I really enjoy what I do in venture capital is that on a near daily basis, I get to meet really intelligent people who are addressing these problems, or at least trying to address these problems. When you look at the quality of founder, the quality of employee at these startups, these are some seriously smart people that have a passion for addressing the challenges that we're all facing. We don't need all of them to win, but the ones that win are going to really make a long-lasting impact on mankind. And I look forward to being a part of that. That's something that keeps me going.
Awesome. Robert?
So when I got out of college, I was looking for a job that would be a kind of a gateway, and I ended up going to IBM because of their sales training program. This is a long time ago. And that proved to be a great foundation, but I was always looking from day one to find a way to build things myself and build teams and build companies and focus on culture. And then I found that it was, as companies acquired my companies, there was a very interesting side of the equation. On the other side, I ended up staying at Johnson Controls because I sold my last company to them and agreed to stay 3 years. And then when I was leaving, I went to the CEO and said, I'm going to leave now, but I'm going to tell you everything you need to know that everybody's afraid to tell you. And then I had 7 pages of it. And he said, what would you do? And I told him what I do. And he said, why don't you stay here and work for me and let's figure this out. So I ended up staying 9 more years. And it was incredibly interesting work and a lot of fun. So I never really had a plan. I just had an interest in doing certain things.
I love it. And we're out of time. So as we wrap, Haya, your moment of inspiration to get into this work as we wrap up.
I would have to agree with Neil. People and wanting to support talent to do what they love to do and make a positive impact in this world. This is what keeps me going, and building our ecosystem is mainly for that purpose.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you for reminding us to look for the culture builders, to walk a mile in each other's shoes, to avoid innovation theater. And thank you to the audience for all of your questions. I'm sorry we didn't get to them all, but wonderful conversation. Really appreciate it. And I hope everybody at the event enjoys the rest of the morning's sessions. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Ian, for your moderation work and all of the panelists. Just a couple of reminders. You can always take part. You know, if you put one in yesterday, you can put one in today. A photo in the virtual photo booth. And remember, we have a big draw on Friday with a value of $1,500. And in fact, we're also giving away a prize just before lunch today as well. We are back with our next session, Building an Innovation Pipeline, in about 10, 12 minutes. But first, here's DJ Mintu.
SVG Ventures Thrive is an innovation and investment platform based in Silicon Valley, and we're focused on the agri-food tech sector. We work with global corporations, farmers, and startups to advance the future of food and agriculture through innovation. We work with over 5,000 startups from 100 countries, and our Thrive Accelerator was ranked the #1 agri-food accelerator by AgFunder. We've graduated an international cohort every year since 2014. Crunchbase ranks SVG Ventures as the most active agtech investor with over 50 investments to date in the sector, and those startups have created almost $1 billion in value. Our open innovation programs and corporate challenges identify technologies for our partners that accelerate their innovation priorities, investment, and acquisition strategies. We were honored to launch the USDA Innovation Imperative at the Agricultural Outlook Forum with the US Secretary of Agriculture. We run major agri-food events and regional challenges around the world with partners like Forbes Media, and these key events are bringing our corporate partners, farmers, investors, and startups and the entire ecosystem together.
Well, we think that Thrive is our most important relationship in terms of understanding the ag tech landscape. The thing that we really appreciate with Thrive is that they help us bring together this whole vast landscape of tech startups to our industry. And that's really a great value because there's so much going on in this space that for us it'd be too much to try to make sense of, but Thrive does a great job of that.
Being a part of Thrive has meant an incredible network of world-leading ag tech entrepreneurs, as well as very powerful connections to large corporations who are interested in or already actively engaged in innovation in agriculture.
People have great ideas around the world, and what they've done a really nice job of is convince these folks, one, to come and interact with us, two, to listen to our problems so they can then adopt and adapt their technology or their solution to our problem. And it's going to make change and improvement and sustainability move ahead much more quickly for our industry. And so Thrive helps bridge that gap between the know-how in Silicon Valley and the application here with growers in the Salinas Valley and growers around the world.
It is really something that you couldn't get on your own as a startup. There's just no way you could facilitate that type of networking and that type of opportunity without someone like Thrive. And I think they just do it best.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's keep the leading and learning going with our next speaker, building an innovation pipeline. Please welcome Sean Paquette. He's Director of Corporate Innovation with SVG Ventures Thrive. Sean advises organizations across agri-food tech landscape, leveraging innovation to develop new offerings, new ventures, and to create more sustainable agri-food systems. Here's Sean Paquette.
Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Sean Paquette. I'm with SVG Thrive. I'm our Director of Corporate Innovation, and we'll be talking through one of the new business pillars for us at Thrive, based in Alberta, Canada. It's our Thrive Venture Studio. Should hit a lot of the key themes today. So without further ado, we'll jump into the presentation. Please don't forget to add questions to the chat as we go through. I'll try to leave a good portion of time for questions at the end. Okay. Everybody see this okay? Looks good in the screen. So let's start just by talking about how new ventures are created. I think when all of us think about, the entrepreneurial journey, what we're typically imagining is, a Tesla type scenario where we're identifying a problem. There's some entrepreneur that has an idea. They create some prototype or an MVP product. They sell it, and they make a bunch of money, and they scale a big business. And, that's the typical way that we think about entrepreneurship. And there's a lot of problems that have to be solved along that journey, right? Finding product market fit, identifying the opportunity and developing a solution to actually fit that opportunity, building the team, finding the right people, the technical innovation that's required along the way. Certainly in most ventures, there's a good amount of technical prowess. Raising capital and allocating capital, making decisions with the capital that you actually get, and then developing awareness of the product. These are all things that skilled entrepreneurs are good at addressing. But at the same time, there's a lot that goes into this. And so when we think about really a number of different ventures out there, they're born in a lot of different ways. I think the path that we just talked through is very Elon Musk centric. He's got the resources and the skill set, and the past venture experience, I think, to, create something like a Tesla. But for others, that process might be more challenging. It might take a longer time. And new ventures often come out of corporates, as spin-outs. And taking more of an ecosystem approach is what we're going to talk about today with the Venture Studio model. So if you're not familiar with what a venture studio is, there's a number of different flavors out there. And so really at its core, it's an entity that creates new ventures. And all of the venture studios that you're going to see out there play some sort of role in combining the necessary ingredients to form new ventures. So flagship pioneering, one very prominent example of a venture studio. A lot of this is internal. So they've got, 100, 200 people on staff, scientists that are exploring a number of different cutting edge areas. And the goal is really to use a systematic process and capital allocation process to go through, try as hard as possible to kill these concepts along the way. And basically the resulting things that survive turn into new companies that they eventually will try to get into public markets or acquired and exit. So Moderna is probably one of the most prominent examples out of flagship that we've heard about. But Indigo Ag, Inari, there's a number of different ventures that have come out of flagship. SVG Thrive is in food and agriculture. So a lot of the examples and industry verticals that we're talking about today will have some sort of flavor. Flagship participates in the ag space, but also in some healthcare and pharmaceutical spaces as well. We all know Google. Google has a venture studio type model as well with the Moonshot Factory. It's called X. They're working on a number of different problems. The autonomous driving company Waymo came out of Google X. They're working on things in agriculture, the project called Mineral, another interesting oceans-based project called Project Tidal. So really just trying to solve really big problems with a very kind of open entity that's just working on creating new ventures, which is very interesting. A Canadian example, Carrot Ventures in ag tech, is taking a little bit of a different approach, where they're leveraging existing IP that doesn't necessarily have a business model yet, and then applying talent and applying capital to form a new company, also in this structured process. So why are venture studios a thing? What value do they add to the entrepreneurial ecosystem? That's what we're going to talk about today. So as I mentioned, SVG Thrive, we are an agri-food, we're an innovation platform globally. And so when we're thinking about problems that we're trying to solve in our industry that require innovation, these are the things that we're thinking about. We're thinking about global population growth. We're thinking about increasing food demand as a result, and increasing need for nutrition, addressing some of the existing problems that we have today. And right now, there's a huge trend around net zero. So, there's some design constraints that are really big, messy problems to solve. And so for us, as we think about this, traditionally, we've been investing and accelerating in companies for around a decade in ag tech. And, so far we've basically been sort of plucking the entrepreneurial startups that come to us out of that traditional model. And we've also been developing an ecosystem on the side, and we'll talk a little bit more about that and, how the studio leverages that little bit of a different way to create ventures and address some of these issues. And so when we think about those problems, if you're an individual going out, there's certainly demand that's created by a lot of those problems. But a lot of these solutions that we're seeing developed in ag tech and food tech are sometimes developed in silos, and oftentimes with some of these big systemic issues, they're really interdependent issues that require a lot of different stakeholders to come to the table. So, at times we'll see entrepreneurs that they'll lack, the market access or the customers to really validate that, the solutions they're building are solving a real problem at scale. Corporates, they'll lack speed, and sometimes culturally there's some corporate antibodies that will prevent them from innovating. Investors, similar to entrepreneurs, they will bear many of the failures as part, especially venture capitalists, right? We're looking for the home runs, expecting many of the new ventures that we invest in to fail. On the research organization side, in a similar way to entrepreneurs, oftentimes we're researching problems that might lack insight into how commercially viable those eventual solutions will be, or if there's a market for those things. We oftentimes see that producers aren't actually at the table, when at the end of the day, it's producers who are kind of at the center of ag tech problems. And then government as well, there's agriculture in general is an industry that, is highly regulated. And also, it has the potential, regulation has the potential to, kind of shift the market up and down. And so when we talk about these big problems, obviously government has a role to play. And so there's some challenges, I think, from an entrepreneurship perspective that all of those kind of interdependent parties run into, right? We're solving the wrong problems, misallocating capital, and excluding stakeholders. And that's not necessarily saying that, we're always solving the wrong problems or always misallocating capital. There's certainly a lot of great solutions, really good entrepreneurs out there. Many great forums for including producers and government, but there's also, there's a wedge of value that we feel can be captured with a different approach to solutioning. And so that's basically what we're trying to do here. And the ecosystem that we've created at Thrive really helps to bring a lot of these different stakeholders together. And when we think about the theme of today's program, the teaming side of things, especially leveraging talent outside of your organization and leveraging perspectives from outside of your organization becomes really, really critical in addressing some of these issues. And so when we thought about the studio, we were trying to think, how can we take a faster, maybe a risk-reduced and more collaborative approach to building new ventures in agri-food? And we think about the ingredients required, right, to form a new venture. And we'll talk more about these a little bit more in depth. But obviously it starts with identifying the opportunity. Or the need. The demand has to come from somewhere. We probably shouldn't, start creating solutions unless we have a good understanding of what the opportunity or the need is. The actual solution itself, so the IP that we're applying to that problem. Talent, huge component to this. Who's going to lead the venture? Who's going to be the early founding team? The process. So there's a lot of kind of standard components. That's an arguable term, I think, in new venture creation, but the legal process of forming a new business, all of these things. And then there's the things that aren't quite as standard, around actually market validation. What are the steps that we need to go through to really understand if we have a viable venture or not? Getting early customer feedback, putting a prototype into the market, iterating that product, all of these things, market sizing. There's a good number of things there that you can kind of curate into a process as a key ingredient to venture formation. Capital, one of the things that obviously from a venture perspective we're very focused on, but most of the time need money to start these organizations. And then a market, you need a customer. So if you have a business, that means you have a product and you're selling it, and there's a customer on the other side of that. So market is an essential ingredient. So when we're thinking about how we can combine these different things, the traditional startup will go out and kind of try to solve for all of these things by themselves. And we think that there's a way that we can do this in more of a programmatic way. And so just to back up and give a little bit of context for Thrive and what it is that we're building. Again, we've been doing this for about a decade in food and agriculture, started in Silicon Valley, see Canada as a huge future part of our business, especially Alberta and the tech ecosystem there. And so really what we've been creating is a platform for venture creation. And really applying innovation to the industry, both for growth, but also for sustainability and impact. So we run an accelerator program, multiple accelerator programs now. We have a fund, and we have more of an ecosystem approach to things that you can see here. We involve a number of different stakeholders. We have events to convene stakeholders and maintain relationships, various relationships with those stakeholders. And then we have a corporate program, which is what I lead in the business. And this is where we'll maintain relationships with a number of different larger organizations and partner with them on their innovation initiatives, investments, advisory, et cetera. And as part of that, what we see is that we actually have really interesting kind of foundational elements of these ingredients that we just talked about to create some high growth ventures. So when we think about the needs, because we're working with all these different stakeholders, we can start to bubble up some of the really large opportunities and market white space across the industry. So it's this horizontal view, at least gives us a good starting point for understanding that. And our partners as well. It's not just us, but it's any organization that's participating in our ecosystem. That includes all the startups that apply to our programs and that we've monitored over time. That number is closer to 8,500 now. And then really what that allows us to do is create a prioritized list of opportunities. From a solutioning perspective, this is what we'll talk about this a little bit more in a few slides or one extra slide. But we want to maintain and leverage some of these other relationships that we have across the ecosystem to identify IP that could potentially solve some of the issues that we're seeing. And so associations and universities that are obviously research-driven organizations, if they have IP, we maintain relationships with them. Look for potential opportunities for tech transfer, et cetera. Licensing, a big component of this. Corporate spin-outs, so we talked about that a little bit before, we'll talk about it a little bit later. And then studio development. So, can we take kind of the flagship approach and, have a capability within the studio to actually design some of our own solutions as well. From a talent perspective, again, I think this fits really well with the theme of today and talking about, do you necessarily have to build a team of direct hires, or, is there kind of an open innovation novel approach that we can take to starting to bring talent in from other organizations and from other stakeholders to start to kind of, form a team around some of these high potential new ventures. From a process perspective, we want to have obviously a playbook to do this. And we're already, 50-75% of the way there with our accelerator methodology. We have an academy program now in Canada as well, which is a pre-seed, so earlier stage than even seed stage. And if you think about it, a lot of that programming and that methodology is really around finding product market fit. It's around a lot of these skills and processes and methodologies that are required to build a new business. Capital, we're fine, don't have to spend too much time there, but we also maintain a large network of other investors kind of across the ecosystem. And there's a number of different ways that the venture studio would kind of differ from other models in terms of how capital is actually allocated to those entities. Probably won't get too much into that today, but just to call it out. And then on the market side of things, if we have this ecosystem, I think one of the biggest advantages of kind of having a curated ecosystem is just market access, the ability to accelerate feedback, which in turn accelerates kind of venture development, product development, things like that. So kind of this built-in customer, and you can think about it from a supply perspective as well. If some of the ventures are, requiring tailored supply as one of their differentiated advantages, that's another thing that comes from the market as well. And so we'll spend some time here. Obviously, there's a lot of details here, but this isn't as much, I think, to talk about the specific things that we're doing in Alberta, but it's really just a good example that we can talk about and hopefully have a discussion through some of the questions today around one particular approach to doing this and how we think about fitting these different pieces together. And the reason that I think we want to talk through this, if we take away one thing, it's really when we think about all the challenges, that bulleted list of that entrepreneurs have to solve when they're trying to, start and scale their own business. There's a number of components in here that if you think about that from a kind of structured organizational perspective, we can start to address some of those challenges in different ways, which becomes very compelling. So obviously there's a capital component to this, and the capital can come from a number of different areas. There's a studio entity, right? So there's a team that's responsible for actually going through, and they're responsible for owning a number of different things. One would be prioritizing those needs that we talked about that we're seeing across the ecosystem. And an example of that is if you look at the top bar here, we've got corporate partners, associations, and co-ops. And through our work with these organizations, what we're seeing is, needs from farmers. We're also seeing needs from corporates where they're saying, hey, 5-10 years down the road, we see this as a big need or challenge for our business. That starts to kind of put some boundaries around what potential demand might look like for new solutions. Similarly, on the other side, we have our academy accelerator programs, our other ecosystem partners like universities and government and accelerators. they're also seeing things as well in terms of opportunities. And because we're engaging with these organizations on a consistent basis, the idea with this model is to really consolidate a lot of the opportunities that we're seeing, and then have a structured process to prioritize those things. And then when we think about the other opportunities, the other ingredients that are required before we actually go and form a company, we look at these three different things. So there's talent. We need to have talent. We need to have the right people to actually form the founding team and run this. And this is really, I think, where a number of the different venture studio models out there will differ. On the flagship side, they'll staff that with a lot of their, internal people all the way through seed, through the seed round. And then they'll kind of go out and recruit a new CEO or something like that when they actually need to go and scale the business. Some of the other models, maybe like a Carrot, will immediately go out and recruit a CEO, and then they're kind of responsible for developing that team immediately. From a talent perspective, we're looking at also the rest of our organizations that we're engaging with as potential sources of talent for these new ventures. So if this is a corporate spin out, and I'll talk through an example of one that we've done, kind of the initial case study out of the Thrive Studio, where sometimes talent will come with the concept or the IP. As a kind of the first piece of talent to lead that organization. But also, how can we potentially have synergistic programs that also benefit our other partners in the ecosystem? So maybe a secondment program where, there's a 50-50 split of time. And, if we're talking about incubating a new venture outside of a corporation, maybe there's somebody that's still with the corporation, but, it spends 50% of their time on, working on this. So really trying to be flexible with how we're thinking about talent as it applies to new ventures, especially considering that at this stage, we don't even have a legal entity yet. We don't have a company. There's a ton of things to be de-risked. We're still looking at market opportunity. We're still trying to really figure out if there's something here. And so we really have to be flexible with talent at this stage. I'll go to 4 here, which is this IP pool. So we also, in the same way that we're kind of collecting and aggregating opportunities from across the ecosystem, and collecting and aggregating, potential talent from across the ecosystem, we also want to do that with IP, especially where it's beneficial for some of the other organizations here. So we talked a little bit about some of the research organizations that have backlogs of IP that, and pretty structured tech transfer programs. We can partner directly with those programs in a pretty simplistic way, leverage some of their licensing models to apply IP where it makes sense. But also you think about orphan assets, things that just that aren't core to a corporate business, but could still be valuable independently, or joint ventures, if there's resources that, come from corporates that could somehow be useful to the new venture. We want to be able to keep track of those things and plug them in where it makes sense. The 5th piece is the protocol. So when you think about process as one of the ingredients, this protocol is really, what are the boxes that we need to check to understand if we have an opportunity here that's worth pursuing and funding or not. And so there's a number of different things that go in, and there's really a stage-gated process within this. But for the entrepreneurs in the room, you'll probably be fairly familiar with when you were at the very beginning. This is basically putting your pitch deck together, but everything that goes into that. So the customer validation, early customer validation, some of the market research, the product due diligence, things like that, we're basically creating a pre-seed or seed pitch deck there. And then when you think about this in an open fashion, I think one of the things that becomes a little bit different is the governance. So that's a key component and part of the process is, who makes the decisions around whether or not we're creating a new venture. And this is something that we want to do collaboratively, which probably differs a little bit from some of the approaches out there. In the same way that funds will have investment boards, we would have a venture creation board as part of this. And the idea is that at that point, we're able to create a company, in this case, based in Alberta, and then leverage our ecosystem to actually go and do some product market fit, get a product into the market, leverage our partnerships to do pilots, potentially for distribution, just to get feedback early on, especially where they're farmer facing. For those of you in agriculture, very important. And then there's this common bucket of infrastructure that we talked about here on the bottom. So some of that, we have our accelerator programming that's already there. But if you think about some of the standard things that it's just, if you're an entrepreneur, spending time figuring out your accounting systems and payroll and things like that, there's certainly other resources out there, but we can streamline some of that for these entities. It just becomes another advantage for, focusing on the problems that we're trying to solve. So at the end of this, what are the results? How do we go to market, and what does success look like? And really, if this is a corporate involved exercise where the venture is really tied in very closely with the corporate could reabsorb that. And we'll talk about what that could look like. The venture track, this could just be a kind of your typical, like we have a seed stage company. They're looking to get to Series A, Series B, et cetera, and continue to scale, or an exit. This could be something that, coming out of this and spending a little bit of time in the market, eventually exit. Or maybe even more of like a private equity relationship as well, where it's a profitable venture, but maybe it's not going to be $100 million to $1 billion, new company, but still profitable and solving some problems. We always want to keep those extra models in mind. And so, obviously there's a lot here, but would be interested for questions and to talk through some of this. So I talked about the corporate side of things, and if we're thinking about this in kind of two different flavors, one is you have this Thrive Studio team that's creating new ventures, leveraging the ecosystem to sort of piece the ingredients together in a systematic way to eventually create new ventures that way. One way that we've done this is with corporates, where they have assets that they don't want to manage, or they can't manage, or for whatever reason they're too risky, they're too early stage to actually make sense for their investors' risk profile. Maybe we can spin those out, kind of leverage the same infrastructure, the same process, keep some ties to the corporate, but really develop and incubate that venture separately. And then, the options at the end, you could either continue that as a separate venture, or the corporate could reabsorb that at some point. So just an interesting little twist on the model, and an interesting way to kind of think about, corporate innovation doesn't always have to happen within the corporate. Sometimes there's advantages from a capital perspective, talent perspective, from kind of a corporate antibody perspective to keep some of these things separate. Especially where it's at odds with their core business. So this is just an example, and really the last slide that I have before I open it up for questions. We've done this with a company that's now raising a Series A. It's called Thrive Parcel, and it was a really interesting case study, I think, for pulling something out of a corporate, building a team, and then leveraging this ecosystem approach to start to bolt into some of the other corporate partners, startups, and new partners out there to create something that's really interesting. We won't get into too much of what Parcel's doing necessarily, but stay focused on the process. We found a lot of success with a lot more rapidity than we may have otherwise. This has been happening for a few years, and we're already at a Series A with the company. So pretty interesting, lots of success there. And with that, we'll take some questions.
We have a lot of questions for you, Sean. Let's start with this one. Can you give us a real example of a venture creation from your studio, one that you're perhaps more proud of?
Sure. Yeah. I would say I would reference Parcel just because it was there and it was one of our first and probably one of the most successful. That came out of one of our corporates that it didn't want to manage a digital asset. They have a farm management system components. There's some really flexible digital architecture there. But the idea was this is going to make more sense as a separate venture. And over the last few years, we've really scaled that and turned that into a platform with some of our other partners. And we're doing some interesting things that really can't talk too much about. They're still a little bit in stealth mode, but that's been a really interesting exercise.
This one's sort of a follow-up. What is the most surprising / off-the-wall venture that was created by your studio? Maybe one that in the boardroom it was divided on whether it was a good idea or not, but something a little bit out of the box.
Yeah, well, I should also caveat, we are kind of at the beginning stages of this model in Canada, especially. So, some of these things, I think we've definitely had a number of conversations about what we could potentially do. So one of them that we've started to run through the model, hopefully this will help answer the question. It got fairly complicated, and it was an Australian company that was using basically the 5th quarter of the cow. So, byproducts that we were trying to upcycle. Traditionally those products would go to the leather market, and it was really a brand play. So I'm trying to find a good way to describe this. The value is going to be created in both the upcycling and sort of the country of origin branding on that. And then we were trying to get that into some other markets. And it was going to be an interesting kind of IP ownership. Somebody else owned the IP, and we eventually had to shut that one down because it just didn't make sense, which I think is one thing to keep in mind with a lot of this. There's way more failure than there is success, which is I think a good thing to know and expect coming out of this.
All right. What are the spillover opportunities from ag to other sectors for venture creation?
The spillover opportunities. To think about that. Certainly we're seeing a lot of intersections between ag and other climate focused industries. A lot of intersection with energy. A lot of intersection, obviously, with CPG, just because it's downstream. But I think, when we're looking at, I could maybe provide a more tangible example. A lot of the digital assets that were created from an ag tech perspective recently are kind of being repositioned to enable some of these more full value chain sustainability use cases. So those, tracking different agronomic decisions and helping farmers make those decisions. There's not necessarily as much of a market there as maybe the original kind of value proposition thought there was. But now we're seeing that a lot of that infrastructure was created, and now it can enable value chain traceability. So if PepsiCo, for example, wants to buy regeneratively produced crops, to go into some of their products, some of that infrastructure exists now. And so, I don't know if that exactly answers the question, but it's one example of where we're starting to see some of these things that were kind of created that are spilling over into value for other industries.
I think it did answer the question. Thanks so much, Sean. Our next one, how do you incent researchers who want to commercialize?
Yeah, so I think there's a few different, and this might be tactical, but licensing is one way that's typically done. So whoever's actually owning the IP, and I know that this might work. I'm based in Chicago, by the way, so this might work a little bit differently in the US or elsewhere than it does in Canada. But depending who owns the IP, that licensing is one way to do it. Otherwise, sometimes researchers, I think, just want to see some of their innovations actually reach the market. So, oftentimes that's just involving them, I think, in my opinion, and actually, giving them and their solutions a chance to reach the market, which I think is oftentimes more incentivizing than the commercial side of things. We've also seen, there's some kind of hybrid. Had a few conversations with some folks at Texas A&M, for example, where they're professors, but they have kind of the inklings for a new venture, or they already have a new venture. And in that case, actually giving them a position or a role, which would also indicate some equity in the company, is also another way to do that.
You had a slide in your presentation, and so I think this is where this question stems from. What are some specific examples of what's being left on the table?
These are good questions.
We have a great audience.
Yeah. Man, in ag, I think there's a lot of really interesting research out there that, navigating its way to the market is difficult. So, we see huge opportunities in the novel input space. Traditionally that space is kind of blown up. So it's tough to say that it's being left on the table necessarily, because there's a ton of companies that have solutions in that space. But that's similar, I think, to the pharmaceutical industry, where tech transfer and new drugs and discovery often does come out of universities and some of these research organizations. And we're kind of seeing the same dynamics on that side. So I'd say the need there is so great from a soil health perspective, a biodiversity perspective, navigating away from conventional and potentially harmful crop inputs. That I expect that there's probably some valid research that's still kind of locked up from that side of things.
All right, this question may be a little bit easier for you, but really interested to hear your response. What is exciting you on the horizon of agri-food tech?
Yeah, there's a number of different things. I think up until probably even just a few weeks ago, controlled environment ag was really exciting to me. It still is. I think that industry has taken a hit, especially in the last few weeks. A lot of job cuts, really more on the vertical, totally controlled ag side. But I'm still long-term pretty bullish on that space for a number of different reasons. The impact potential, emissions reduction, resource use from a water perspective and an inputs perspective is really interesting. But really more so from a nutrition perspective and kind of the precision in which we can tailor crops. We start to bring breeding into that conversation. I think that's very interesting. When you can start to create new crops and actually leverage or look at nutrition as one of the key outcomes. I think that then some of the environment, especially glasshouse, becomes scalable and interesting. Again, novel inputs, won't go too much into that, but still really excited long-term about some of the potential and with biologicals, some of the peptide-based technologies we're seeing, especially with biopesticides. A lot of water. I think water might be the next carbon. We've heard a ton about carbon in Alberta, especially, has been involved in carbon markets for a long time, or has a history there at least. We're seeing a lot of activity and discussions around, well, how do we bring water into this conversation and potentially incent water use? A lot of different technologies and value chain cooperation required to make that happen. And then the last one, thinking about carbon, carbon MRV, we're seeing a lot of different technologies in that space. And I think some people are a little bit burnt out on talking about carbon and carbon markets, but, the problem's still there. I think we're in the early stages of, at least reducing the variable cost to run some of these carbon programs. So, really excited to just keep tabs on the measurement, reporting, validation side of carbon markets, seeing that cost reduce, and really seeing which technology ends up being dominant there.
And you may have answered some of our next question. And if you're like, oh, I don't want to repeat myself, just let me know. The next question is, what's next for SVG?
Yeah, what's next? Well, we just launched in Australia. So we'll have a program in Australia that's coming up soon, which will be our inaugural program there. I think Canada specifically, it's recent for us, but it's rapidly become, really a cornerstone of our business. And so I think continuing to develop the Canadian ecosystem, as it continues to be top of mind for us, in addition to Australia. So we've always had a strong US, especially specialty crop footprint. We're really interested in getting some of the Midwest going as well with row crops and some of the livestock here and in the South. So continuing some of our presence in these regional footprints with our programming is probably the top thing for us.
All right, we have time for one more question. How can we learn more about the studio model and how the different players, innovators, early stage startups, how can they get involved?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, feel free to reach out directly to me. I'm happy to have conversations about it. We also have an open portal where, when we talk about that opportunity log, we want to hear from, they don't necessarily have to be part of our ecosystem today. If you've got an idea that you think would be interesting or a big opportunity, we have a forum that allows you to share those ideas with us. And we're monitoring that and going through and engaging with some of those opportunities. Those are probably the two big ones for now. We'll certainly be continuing to post communications as we have updates there too.
Thanks so much, Sean, for joining us today.
Hey, thank you for having me.
All right, just before we break for lunch, we're going to give something away to somebody who is watching, who is signed on, who may have contributed to one of our fabulous questions. We're giving away one ticket to Adventures in Calgary, May 31st to June 2nd. It's worth about $900, and we picked a name, and that name is Chelsea. Well, I've already sort of given it away. Drum roll, Chelsea Ehrman from Medicine Hat College. Congratulations, you're going to Adventures next May. Before we break for lunch, Risa John is back to promote what's coming up in about an hour.
Thanks so much, Stacey. So I also wanted just to kind of summarize my key takeaways from this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. But I also want to hear about your key takeaways. So in a second here, you're going to see a Mentimeter poll coming up there. Please go to that email address, put that code in, and we'd love to hear what your takeaways were from this morning of TEAMSET. So we started off this morning with a roundtable, real-life examples of ecosystem players in the Alberta stage, working together, that multi-legged stool. Then we heard a great presentation from Ron Markowski. I think the key takeaways there were, we need to stop navel gazing, guys. We need to stop looking down. And now is the time to evolve. And he left us with the tidbit that AFI, adaptability, flexibility, and innovation, leads to BFC, better, faster, cost-effective. Then we heard from Sharif from Plug and Play. They walked us through their evolving corporate partnership program. I really liked the aspect of them saying that diverse teams was a really key aspect to ongoing success, both at a company level and at a program level. Then we heard from an astounding panel talking about building partnerships that Alchemist put together for us. I'm calling them truth bombs. I write them down when I hear them. The key to navigating complicated partnerships is to listen. Love that. We need to avoid that innovation theater, and we need to look for culture builders. Love all of those. And then just most recently here, Sean shared their studio model. The statistics are that that, solutions to our greatest challenges are often developed in silos despite being interdependent. And what they're offering with their studio model is a different way about thinking about those corporate innovation partnerships. So that's fantastic. So again, you guys, you're going to want to set your clock for 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time because we've got really something cool coming up for you then. Carrie Lau from 500 Global is going to deliver their Accelerator Manager Mini Boot Camp. Now, guys, this is normally a full course offered by 500 Global. You can only get it if you go all the way to California. So they've developed just for our conference a mini snippet of that, so you do not want to miss it. Come back at 1 o'clock. So we'll see you then.
Welcome back, everyone, for the last session of the day, our masterclass, and I hope you brought your capes. It's all about harnessing your accelerator's superpowers. It is my honor to introduce Carrie Liao, Director of Market Launch 500 Global. Carrie leads entry into new markets through founder-facing programs with her team. She's launched accelerator programs in more than 10 countries. She brings value to startup communities by providing resources, network, and other forms of support. Here's Carrie now with Accelerator Manager Mini Bootcamp, honing your superpower. Hi, Carrie.
Hey everyone, hi. Really nice to be doing this. I'm really glad to take the opportunity to share a lot of the things that I have learned and done, in my role with all of you here today. So looking forward to an interactive session, and feel free to type questions in the chat. So let me please go ahead and share what I need to do, and I can begin now. Yep. So let me just go all the way back. I just want to do a very quick introduction about myself. So I am Carrie. I am the Regional Director at the Market Launch team at 500 Global. And as our MC has said, I do lead entry into markets for founder-driven initiatives and accelerator programs. So I'm a two-time founder myself, which is why I really feel passionate about this space, working with, founders day to day, and creating accelerator programs that can help them grow and scale. I currently still am a founder. I run an NFT project as well as a sustainability conference because that kind of keeps me going. I have over 20 years of experience in education, in events, marketing, experience design, community building, all the things that I think an accelerator needs, right? And fun fact, I like cats, I like horses, and I like surprising people. So don't be surprised later if you get surprised. So founders today, well, they have many options, right? They have some of the big names you can see here. They have us, they have other people, right? And they have a lot of local accelerators that can happen. So I think what makes them want to pick an accelerator, these are some things that we have heard over the years. Some people tell me, I want to be in an accelerator that helps me grow my company 10 times. Some people say I need to fundraise, and being here will help me get there. And some other founders say, oh, we need to be in Silicon Valley, right? And some other founders say, well, I'm looking for direct access to corporates. And some others say, getting that stamp of approval from a great accelerator like yours will help our company down the line. And these are all the things we've heard, just some of the many. And my question back to myself very often is, what can or do we give founders what they want, right? And when they ask questions like, I want to be in an accelerator that helps me grow my company 10 times, my question to myself and the team is always, how long does it take to grow 10 times? Can we give them can we give that to them now and help them get there? What can we do for them? Are we the right ones to do it for them, right? And when a founder say, I need to fundraise and being here will help me get there, is the purpose of the accelerator to help founders fundraise? I think that's one of the biggest questions that we should be keeping in mind throughout, building an accelerator. Is fundraising the only goal for them being in a program? And of course, being in Silicon Valley, should every founder be in Silicon Valley with multiple different ecosystems popping up all over the world, right? Across Southeast Asia, across the Asia Pacific region, across the MENA region, and now everywhere else too in Europe. Should the founder simply go to Silicon Valley or should they stay where they are? And is the program the best way for them to do that? When someone say they're looking for direct access to corporates, how can we ensure that? Do we have corporates? What if those corporates are not ready? What if the founders and the corporates don't really go with each other? How do we actually create those opportunities for them to meet? And of course, the stamp of approval from a great accelerator. Honestly, what do they mean by great, right? There are many things. And I think in the poll that I kind of want to do, right, with all of you here is just keep typing words into the chat for me and tell me, what do you think founders want? So let's just do that, right? Fundraising was something we saw, right? I think we hear great accelerator, so that's branding, right? We hear things like, please introduce me to a corporate. What else do you think they want? I'm actually not able to see the chat because Zoom has an update, but that's okay. I will check it later. And I think that's a really great way for you to start thinking about what do you think founders want, right? And then my next question for you would be, are what founders want what founders need? And I think this is the big question that I always have when we think about speaking with founders and founders telling us, I want to be this in your accelerator. I want this from your accelerator. The question I pose to myself and the team is that what they need? And is there a way to merge those two things? So what founders want, or at least they think they do, I've seen brand, right? So the reputation of the accelerator, the badge that gets them places, and they want expertise, right? They want mentorship, advice, guidance. And in some countries, interestingly, they want you to tell them what to do. Interestingly, I'm actually in Cambodia right now, and through the last couple of years running programs here in this region, I've actually seen founders saying that, telling mentors, but should I make this decision now? And the mentor's like, it's your company, you make the decision. So there are a lot of different nuances to that. They want domain and industry experts, right? So this is what founders want, or at least they think they do. The team, however, right, we've come up with something called MINT, right? What founders actually need, right? And we think that this is what we can give to founders as well. Money, for example, capital, how to get it, how to manage it, what to do with it, information, trends, insights, opportunities, and that's very different from expertise, right? This is actually things that are happening today. N stands for network. So obviously investors, clients, partners, media, other founders, right? So the community that builds around them, the ecosystem that supports them. And of course, talent, the best talent and how to get them. I think with the kind of market we're in now, right, hiring freezes everywhere. Interestingly, founders actually do need talent more than ever. And we have seen that this is one of the hardest things that they have ever, dealt with, right, in their business. So we call it MINT. And along with brand and expertise, we call it Be Mint, what founders want and need. So this is how we see it, right? That founders actually want to be mint, but they just don't know it yet. So we want to help them get there. So creating our accelerator thesis, right, instead of our investment thesis, which can be very different, we generally want to do a declaration on the who, what, when, where, why, and how your accelerator exists or matters. And for us, when we say who, we really mean like your track record, your network, the where and the what really is where we will accelerate these companies. We're talking sectors, we're talking deal criteria, we're talking geographies, right? When? One of the things that I think is very much overlooked is actually the why now question. Why is this a good time and the best time for us to be running this accelerator in the region we selected, with the sector we selected, and why us, right? And if we move on to why, I think why your accelerator will stand out, and what the end goal for your accelerator is it's what makes you kind of special, right? And that's the question that I think actually, honestly, a lot of accelerators have not been able to answer. And I think if you are an accelerator manager today, and this kind of resonates with you, just, keep trying with this, right? How will you accelerate those companies in your program is something else we think about. And this means basically what kind of platforms we're using, right? What resources, what kind of curriculum do we design? What kind of value add do we give? And what kind of direct investment are we making, or are we not? What kind of network we're giving? So again, with Be Mint in mind, we always start with that. And then we kind of tail it down to building our accelerator thesis using this framework, right? The who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and the how. Why should we exist? Do we exist now? And why it matters, why it really matters. The next couple of minutes, I'm actually going to take you guys through accelerator thesis samples. These are some samples that I've seen out there, which are pretty strong, and they do address some of the things that we've talked about before. So the first one is actually the Disney Accelerator. I think Disney is a very familiar name to everyone here. I will not need to go into who Disney is. And if I do, then I think the problem is on Disney, right? Not on you. Through the Disney Accelerator, select companies will gain access to the range of creative expertise and resources of the Walt Disney Company to help them develop their innovative new entertainment experiences and products. Now, as I'm reading this, I guess my question for you is, do they kind of address all the who, what, when, where, why, how? Right? So think about that. Are they addressing these things? The accelerator that Visa actually runs is something that we have also done at 500 Global, and we've been doing that for the last 2 years, and this year we gave it up. So the Visa Accelerator program is designed for growth stage companies looking to expand their market reach with a focus on product solutioning, technical integration, and fast-track commercialization. So a bit of background about the Visa Accelerator program. It's actually run by their innovation team who works with different merchants and clients across the world. And the Asia Pacific team actually launched this accelerator in 2019 in order to really look for some high growth fintech companies who are able to address the solutions, the problem areas that they come up with, along with their merchants. And a lot of them actually successfully commercialize in the market now. So they don't start with early stage founders or products. We're looking for really growth stage companies. So we're talking Series A, Series B and above. And that has been proven to be, I think, really useful for the Visa Accelerator. The last example I wanted to give was Alchemist Accelerator. It is a venture-backed initiative focused on accelerating the development of early-stage ventures that monetize from enterprises. Now, with these examples, what I'm going to do is kind of break it down for us, right? And if you look at positioning that accelerator with those questions that we have created before in mind, when we talk about what our program is, we generally want to think about the what. Right? What is this program about? Right? Who are we addressing? Who is the customer here? Right? When we develop a thesis statement. And what are the top 3 benefits that you can offer someone? I think you will realize that a lot of them actually talk about top 3 benefits, right? What problem are you solving? What is our unfair advantage? And what is our weakness? Yes, we do want to also put our weakness up front, and I'll come to that in a bit. A lot of these questions that I'm asking here today about positioning our accelerator and showing our superpower is actually really interesting because we are behaving, thinking, and acting like a startup, which is what a lot of founders actually don't really understand. And as an accelerator manager, every day you're teaching founder how to pitch to investors, how to pitch to clients, and we're not really sure how to pitch our accelerator to them either, right? So the interesting thing is when we start to think like a startup, we start to think like a founder, we actually ask the same questions that they ask themselves. What is your startup about? Who is your customer? What are your 3 benefits that you're giving to your customer? What problem are you solving? What is your unfair advantage or your unique selling point, right? And also, what do you not have? What is your weakness? So it's basically thinking and behaving like a startup. That's how we actually can uncover our little superpower. So when we think about what our program is and what it's about, we generally like to focus on the stage, the vertical, the company benefit, and of course, having a great name really helps, right? I think 500 Global Accelerator may just be a very straightforward name, but everyone kind of remembers it, right? And our brand has been built around that as well. Who is our customer? So what is your investment criteria? What kind of companies are we targeting? Just as before, right? Remember the who question? What are our top 3 benefits, key benefits that we can give or deliver? What problems are we solving? Where is our place in the market, basically, right? Are there other accelerators that are doing exactly the same thing? If so, what is our unfair advantage? The next question, aka our superpower. What can we do that no one else can? And of course, what is our weakness here, right? Is there an opportunity for us to be transparent, address what we don't do or could do better at? And I think that's always very key. So using the accelerator samples, thesis samples that we've seen earlier from Disney, from Visa, and from Alchemist, I wanted to kind of use them as a starting ground for us to look at it. So what is our program about? When you focus on the stage, you focus on the vertical, and you focus on the company benefit, it really does tell that. So look at the Visa Accelerator. It actually it says growth stage companies looking to expand their market reach. They're very clear about it, right? It can be, of course, growth stage would be the next question, like what do you mean by growth? But that gives them the opportunity to then be able to explain what growth means, right, to them in this context. So having this phrase actually really helped. When you think about who your customer is, the Alchemist Accelerator does it really well. They talk about early stage ventures. They are only looking for early stage ventures, right? And in particular, early stage ventures that monetizes from enterprises, right? So these are early stage companies that only are able to work with corporates. And I'm guessing, right? I'm thinking you're making the same guess as well. It is, yes, because the Alchemist Accelerator are able to open up those doors for these early stage ventures to meet with corporates to kind of monetize from them. Otherwise, why would I put this in my thesis statement, right? If we look at the benefits, what are the top 3 benefits you can give and deliver? The Disney Accelerator does it really well. They think about the creative expertise. Yeah, they think about the resources from their own company. And all these things can help them help the companies develop innovative ideas, right? So these are the benefits that the Disney Accelerator can give. And if you compare it to, let's say, like the Visa Accelerator or the Alchemist Accelerator doesn't exactly put this into that, right? But they do have all the other stuff. The Visa one, for example, right? They are actually focusing on product solutioning, technical integration, and fast track commercialization. So they use those words, right, to be very, very clear, and playing the rule of the third, of course, because that's really interesting and always, very attractive for people to hear the impact is there. They actually are focused on helping through 6 months of program with the startups to product solution it for fast track commercialization, right, through what they do with the technical integration with their merchants. So these are the key benefits, and you can see these accelerators actually use them, right, again and again. So what problem are people solving, right? Through the Disney Accelerator, you can see that select companies will gain access to the range of creative expertise. The same statement they've used, right, for what they can focus on is also what their place in the market is. Why is the Walt Disney Company in there? Right? Because they repeat the word Disney again, because again, they're selling that as our place in the market is we actually are the Walt Disney Company. Nobody else is, it's us. So the superpower, obviously, what can you do that no one else can? The Disney Accelerator does that, but so does Visa. They can help you expand your market reach. And why? Because Visa is everywhere, right? Everybody has a Visa card. Everybody knows a Visa merchant. You turn, there's a Visa poster, right? So Visa's everywhere. They're able to help you expand your market reach. And that's their superpower. Okay, and the focus on that as well. What can we do that no one else can? Is that they actually are able to help you do this, right? Not just introduce you to one of their merchants, but they're focusing on helping you to commercialize the product. Basically, the Disney Accelerator is what we talked about. The same thing about their place in the market is that they're able to offer this creative expertise and resources as their superpower. And the opportunity to be transparent is something that I wanted to share after. None of these have actually been really transparent about their weaknesses, but you will see here as an example, yeast is an accelerator, okay, not a real one. So what the program is about is basically something that, they say, we focus on new food brands. We help them rise, pun intended, and get access to global CPG brands, right? So when they say, who's our customer? They say we target pre-seed stage startups. We want to be the first money in, and we're looking at them building innovative food brands. So that's very clear upfront. What key benefits they can give? They say, we give you access to huge global CPG brands, expert mentors from PepsiCo, Nestle, General Mills. Look at them like name dropping these things, right? And they also give follow-on investment post-program. So the benefits are very clear upfront. What problem are they solving? In the food space, emerging food brands are struggling to get in front of corporate partners for POCs, for investments, for M&As, and we bridge that gap for them. So again, they're very clear about it. We are here to help you get with these corporates for very 3 clear reasons. And they of course say what their superpower is. And it's interesting because their superpower actually is their founders, right? They talk about being run by successful food brand creators who have sold their companies for more than 500 million. We were in your shoes once. So to resonate again with the founders who are struggling today or need help, we are the perfect help for you. That's what they're saying. The last thing is, of course, the weaknesses, the opportunity to be transparent. Actually, it isn't really a weakness, but they have twisted it into this way to make it sound like I do have something that you have to consider. They say they are in LA, California. So the companies must be willing to relocate for the duration of the program. Is that a problem? That's actually not a big problem, right? But to be very upfront about it, this is the criteria. And at 500, actually, we do have a lot of these kind of similar criterias where the programs are run in certain markets only. In Japan, we actually don't run a program in Tokyo, which is the main city. We run it in Nagoya, which is a second city, right, an hour away. In Israel, we ran a program that was at the port, and the port of Ashdod was actually an hour away by boat as well. So these are things that we're very, very upfront about, because the companies will have to be there for the program, and the expenses do come from them as well. So I think the ask here is, are you willing to make that commitment? We're going to give you all these things in the list, right? What can you give us back in return? Your commitment and time, right? So this is how we generally think about positioning our accelerator. And now I want to take you through designing our thesis using our global flagship accelerator as an example. And you can see how I've used the little tips that I've given myself, right, in order to design this and use this as an example to break it down. So what is our one-liner, right? We say our flagship accelerator that started it all. And we talk about who our customer is. Back in 2010, so 12 years ago, we set out to create a 4-month-long accelerator program for early stage startups in Silicon Valley. So we have answered, what's our one-liner? What is this? What are our 3 strengths and what are we solving, right? A program that takes your startup to the next level, where you learn the ropes from those who have walked in your shoes. I know, a bit cheesy. We offer access to community, expert advice, curated curriculum, hands-on support, network, and money. As you can tell, yes, we do have more than that. We're adding a lot of things. What problem are we solving, right? Is that you are actually going through this with people that have been through it themselves. And then we think about the 2 things, right? What is our superpower and what is our weakness? So we actually add on, most recently, we have opened up applications on a rolling basis and continue to offer the founders the opportunity for 150,000 investment. We are very upfront about this because we believe that there's no reason hiding how much we actually give, right? And also we do keep it on a rolling basis. That to us actually was a solution we came up with because we realized that running different batches meant that we're missing out on really good companies. And we wanted to make sure that we're still keeping these companies in the loop. So we always try to get founders to apply. And even if you don't get through this batch, you can come through the next. Now, designing our thesis is not just putting a chunk of sentences together, right? We move things around, we edit it, we have to make sure that it sounds really sexy. So we actually moved it up this way. It says the 500 Global Accelerator Program is a program that takes your startup to the next level. And we repeat this word again and again in our branding, right? Taking your startup to the next level up your startup. So if you go to 500.co and look at accelerators, that's actually what you kind of see, you know, because I think a lot of it, interestingly, is us repeating the same word so it resonates with the founders. Where you learn the ropes from those who have walked in your shoes. I know it sounds really cheesy, like I said before, but I like this sentence a lot. I really do. I think that when we talk about founders coming in and being able to learn from someone that have been down the same path as them, it really does highlight a lot of the, things that we're thinking about, right? And what they are thinking about as well. And we're actually doing the same thing. One of the things we do tell our founders a lot is that you might feel very lonely, but you're actually not alone. Everyone goes through the same thing as you. So this sentence actually helps us to resonate that. So our flagship accelerator that started it all. So we shifted the sentences, right? Back in 2010, we set out to create a 4-month-long accelerator program for early stage startups in Silicon Valley. And now we add in a new sentence. After moving the program to downtown San Francisco, which actually might not be a weakness, but it's an opportunity for us to be transparent. And most recently, we've opened applications on a rolling basis. we continue to offer founders the opportunity of the 150K investment, right? What else have I removed? We have also removed everything else that we've said after that. A program that takes your startup to the next level where you learn the ropes, so we move that up. We remove access to community, expert advice, curated curriculum, hands-on support. Why? Because there are too many things here, right? These are things that we actually are offering, but do we want to put them in our really mini, tiny thesis statement? We don't want to, right? So what we did was we added a final sentence to wrap it up. It says, and a full program focused on growth and scaling the startup. So instead of saying that we're offering things to the community, expert advice, curated curriculum, hands-on support, network, and money, which we know are things that founders want and we can give them, we simply say we're focusing on growth and scaling your startup. So we ran with the times, right? Every founder thinks they need money, but now we're thinking, let's focus on growth. Let's focus on scaling your startup. So that's our thesis. And basically what we call it is a program that takes your startup to the next level, where you learn the ropes from those who have walked in your shoes. And then we say applications are open on a rolling basis. So our call to action is very clear. You can apply anytime and you should apply now. Yeah, because everything that we can offer you is there. So with that, I actually want to also say that on our website, if you look at it, right, what it is, we add on all the other things that we call value add, we call benefits. We say don't do it alone. Connect to a community facing similar challenges, right? We say there's more to venture than just capital. So our curriculum focusing on marketing culture, on startup accounting, product design, sales, finance, and more. And honestly, very interestingly, this was actually not how our very first, program was designed. And we continuously reiterate the curriculum and what we're offering to founders because we can never stop changing, right? And curriculum is a very, very big part of this entire thing that we're doing as well, where your superpower is not just, what you can offer, but how you keep reiterating that. We also say two other things. We say we're founder first, and we also talk about the exposure that they need, right? So again, the words need, the words want, don't do it alone, right? We're always repeating the same words so that it resonates with the people. And I want you to remember this, is that founders know what they want, but they may not know what they need. Be mint, right? So if you remember my little, snazzy tagline, be mint means brand, expertise, money, information, network, and talent, right? So it's what founders think they want versus what we think founders need, right? And we add that together and we try and put all of this into our accelerators. Reiterate your superpower. What is that one thing you can offer that's really good, right? And don't be afraid to state your weakness upfront. I think being really transparent is something that founders do appreciate. And of course, value add, right? What are all the other things that you can do besides giving your superpower, besides building your accelerator thesis, besides saying that these are all the things we offer? What can you value add to them? And I think over time, we have learned that a lot of the, founders are like what they think they want may not be what they actually need. And throughout the accelerator, when they spend time with you, they know that. So one of the last things that I've actually had not mentioned is time. We have realized that the time spent in programs are actually valuable in more ways than founders can imagine. And when they think about valuing that time, we also ask ourselves, what makes founders want to turn up for it every day? What makes them want to come, stay in a room with you, right, for let's say 3 to 4 months and get something out of it? And I think that time is actually as valuable as all these other things that I've just talked about. So with that, I'm going to move on to Q&A. I know it's the last session, so I kept it short and sweet for today, and I'm happy to address any of your questions.
Yeah, we've got quite a few for you, Carrie. Who makes the best accelerator manager? And can you just sort of describe a background, a few characteristics?
I love that question. In fact, we're asking that question to ourselves every day, right? I generally think that skills and knowledge can be taught and it can be learned. And we do a lot of knowledge transfer in what we do at 500, right? But an accelerator manager should, I think, have at least 3 qualities. One, the passion to really help founders, because either they understand what it's like to be a founder, so someone that was a founder before, or someone that wants to be a founder in the future. right? Or truly believes that founders are going to change the world. So someone that has that passion. Number two, the ability to never stop challenging themselves is one of the biggest things for us, because every day on the job is different, right? They're going to be thrown into fires. They're going to be made to walk on rocks, right? They have to deal with problems every day. So never stop challenging. And of course, I think the third thing is fearlessness, right? It's actually one of our team values, to be as fearless as possible, because when you prioritize the founders over everything else and you're not afraid to say yes, to say no, to push back, you actually are. That's your superpower as an accelerator manager. So I do see these three things. It's passion, it's challenge, being challenged, as well as fearlessness. Yeah.
Why did you become one?
Oh, because I think I have all these things. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I feel that founders are here to change the world, very honestly. I do want to be a founder again at some point, and I want to continue being that. And I think what I can do now at this point in my life, in my trajectory, is to be able to help founders achieve what they can in the short amount of time that we have together. And constantly challenge myself to think about what is it that accelerators can do for founders, right? As a venture capital firm, it's not just money that we give, it's all these other things that I mentioned. And I think that's beautiful. And also this job inspires me, honestly, being able to sit here and then re-question myself. When I was building this, I was questioning myself, like, do I even know my own accelerator thesis? And I think that's really interesting for me to think about. So
we can never stop learning. All right, Carrie, how do you deal with the disconnect between founders and accelerators?
I think that's an interesting question. Maybe I want to kind of post that back. What do you mean by disconnect, right? Is it because, can I make a few assumptions and then we
You
see if the
can,
person
because I didn't, it's not my question.
The disconnect between founders and accelerators. Yes. So I think my assumption would be that founders generally feel that accelerators are a stepping stone for them to getting money, right? I have to go through this program before I get invested in, or this program will help me get investment money. I would say that with the current landscape we're in, founders should be thinking about what else accelerators can give them besides money. And honestly, a lot of the non-investment programs that we've run in the past, where we don't directly give money, right? Because we were thinking about more ecosystem building, we're thinking more about community building, education, right? And these accelerators actually have been valuable to the founders in other ways that the founders don't know themselves. So if you come back to what we think about, founders know what they want, but they might not know what they need. And I think that's very, very important for us to remember all the time. If I cannot give you money today, what else can I give you that is just as valuable or more valuable? So if I'm wrong in my assumption, thinking that disconnect is actually that, please clarify whoever asked that question.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the chat here. So if that's not the answer, not the question as you had hoped to get answered, let us know. Another question from the audience: how do you identify good culture builders?
Oh, I love this question. Every day I ask myself this, okay? Actually, honestly, at 500, when we hire someone for this team, right, to be an accelerator manager, we're actually looking for culture over skill set and knowledge, right? Because like I said, we can train these things. So when we talk about culture, we're talking about someone that's able to build that in their accelerator with the founders as well, right? I think that's what it means. It's really interesting because I come from a background of education and events, right? And that meant that I'm able to think about how to really maneuver spaces with people in them to make them want to do certain things or say certain things, right? And actually, I do cover this a lot in my curriculum design content, right? Where we think about what you want people to know, to do, or to feel. And I constantly remind my team of this as well. So some of the really important people that we look at are people who actually enjoy experiences, right? They enjoy being around other people. They enjoy making people happy. They enjoy being able to create those things. So it's like the really small things. So I have a girl on my team. I won't name her, but big shout out to her. Recently, we gave her a little award called like Experience Curator. She's a great experience curator, right? She would buy little snacks from different countries in the world, put it in the room. She would take little photos of people throughout and then kind of do like a montage at the flashback at the end. She would have quotes that founders say. She would print it out, paste it on the wall, right? And she would do things like sign up live instead of doing virtual stuff. So it's the little things, I think, that you see people put thought into, people put their heart into, and it's truly because they want to make others happy. And I think that that really is, at the end of the day, one of the best, I think, experience creators, and also someone that creates that culture. Now, of course, creating a happy environment is not just one way to create a culture, right? It's also saying things like, for example, everybody in the room should be wearing on their learning hats at all time, or that they want to be here to be open-minded, right? So we actually do look for people that are having similar qualities, so they are able to then translate that into their programs as well.
All right. How do you, or rather, can you speak to how you manage the transition from the closed network of an accelerator to the open network of an alumni network?
That's a very good question. And I love that question because actually that's one of the things that I will actually cover if this was a much longer session, like an hour and a half or 2 hours, right? Is that once you start building or positioning your accelerator and your thesis statement and knowing your superpower, the next thing is people need to know about it. Right? Yeah. So I had a quote actually in my slides earlier. It was that a blue orange is still an orange, but who would buy a blue orange, right? So it's really interesting for me to think about that. Because I think the network that people build are actually made up of people themselves, right? So our accelerator managers in our team come with either their own network or they work really hard to go and build it over time. And they're not the only person that kind of runs that, right? So it's not just a founder coming to an accelerator, getting to know us like 500 Global and our immediate network. It's also our secondary and third tier networks that opens up their network to us. So what I've seen are actually two examples. One is accelerator manager themselves. So they are also people in the ecosystem who are builders, who run communities, they go attend events, they speak at events, so that they're able to build that network themselves. Anytime they think about a founder that has a certain ask or need, or I think you should meet this person, they know how to connect that, right? Now, the other thing that really, really helps that I've seen are mentors themselves. So mentors in the program, although they're not obligated to introduce founders to their network or their further network, it is because they believe in the founders. So selecting good mentors is also part of our, bootcamp for accelerator manager content, right? How to select and how to work and how to keep those mentors. And it's one of the most crucial things, I think, right? Mentors are not just providing expertise, they're also providing information and network. If you think about the B-Mint theory that I had. So on top of that, the last thing is at 500, we actually do have something called 500 Strong, which is our global network of mentors, investors, VCs, right? Founders themselves. And the last thing that no one actually really thinks about is you don't need someone that already has an existing network. You just need to start creating your network today. So founder to founder network is also really powerful, along with founder mentor, their network, as well as, founder accelerator manager.
Can you give us some of your top tips that maybe somebody hasn't heard of before when you are pitching for founders?
Oh, that's hard. That's a hard one. Every day we're pitching to founders, trust me. It's hard. Okay, I'll give you an example, all right? In the Japan market, it's been really challenging for us to get really, I think, quality founders knowing us and wanting us, right? So going into 500 goes into a lot of new markets, right? In fact, we're just about to enter a market that, we've never run programs in before. And in Japan, one of the examples was we actually don't get a lot of applications right from the beginning. You'll be surprised, right? And we can't keep things on a rolling basis. So what we do is we actually have to intentionally go out there to source those founders. So a few things we have done, and I'm sharing this openly, okay? So everybody can just use these things. Our marketing team actually goes on LinkedIn, searches for these founders and writes to them directly and say, hey, we have a program that's very suitable for you. I would love for you to see if you want to apply. Let's jump on the call, right? So that's one. Two is actually to our direct network and indirect network, getting them to help us to post that, getting them to help us to, talk more about us. And the other thing is personally going out there to attend events and speak about your accelerators all the time, even if you're not openly recruiting, right? I would say that has been very, very helpful. In terms of being able to, get those founders to get interested in your program. And when you ask about how to pitch, right, every single program is a bit different. And we do customize the program based on a few different, I think, I wouldn't say restrictions, I would say qualities or factors. So the first factor we'd always think about is the who, what, when, where, why, how, right? And that's actually leading up to a lot of the thesis that we make. And we don't just pitch one way to the founder, like, oh, you must apply, we're great for you, blah, blah, blah. What we do is we ask a lot of questions, right? What is it that you feel you're struggling with right now? What is challenging for you? If there's one thing that you think this program can give you, what would that be? And if I don't have that thing, honestly, I would say, well, actually, we're not doing that right now, but I can recommend you to someone who does, because that help that we're giving someone actually helps them remember us. And when they need us, they will come back to us again. So I wouldn't say I pitch to founders. I would say that I listen and I ask questions, so I'm able to find the right fit for them, even if it's not us.
All right. I love the tip about LinkedIn. That was a good one. I love it. What is something you've learned from startups in your accelerators that have made you change your programs in a good way? And if you want to throw in a bad way too, we're not gonna put you on mute.
No, thank you. I don't want to be. I think it's very. I'm glad that I get a chance to be honest with everyone. I love this question. So I think the first thing is like the assumptions that we make, right, as accelerator managers and directors, is that we think we know what founders want, we think we know what they need, and we think we can give it all to them, right? So to perhaps humble ourselves down a bit and say that we're really not the best, we don't know everything, and we would like to be able to listen to them more. So one thing I've actually really learned is that founders sometimes are not even fundraising. They're not, right? They're here because they want to expand their network. They want to build a community around them. They also want to be able to give back. And I think that's one of the key things, right? Founders themselves sometimes are not always on the receiving end only. They also want to give back. And they come with a lot of great things. They come with not just their own network, but their own knowledge and experience. We have had founders in programs that are like 3 or 4 time founder. They've done this before. And so in actually the Alberta program, what I've seen is actually we got batch 1 founders to become peer mentors to the batch 2 founders. And that was really interesting because who else has walked the same journey as you but the first batch, right? The alumni. And I really loved that. I think that was something that we created because we thought, hey, maybe let's try that, right? The other thing we've seen is also mentors. I'll give this very honest feedback, is that mentors, we have learned to look at mentors in different segments, right? Not generic mentors who can help you with business are helpful only to a certain extent, but domain expertise, right, in helping you to navigate certain areas of your business, like marketing, very deep marketing, is also something that we have to think about, and then we have to start reiterating and reframing our program. So for sure, we have changed our curriculum, we've changed our duration of the program, we've changed the timings that we run programs, we've changed the way we ask founder questions when we interview them for the program, and we definitely have changed a lot of, in fact, interestingly, in the Bootcamp for Accelerator Manager program, which this content comes from, there is something about demo days. We actually also are rethinking, are demo days even the only way for founders to be able to get access to investors and corporates and other kind of partners, right? So a lot of things we're constantly rethinking. One of the things that I've actually learned in the bad way, I would say, maybe sometimes demo days are not the best thing to do, and we do it, simply for the optics, right? And do the founders actually get anything out of it? We can't prove it. We don't know. So we started tracking data for that. And now we're actually forcing ourselves to rethink, are the traditional way of running demo days the way that founders really get the best out of it? Yeah. So yeah, a lot of things we're constantly learning.
Lots of comments about your presentation. Just want to pass those along. Love the clear messaging, Carrie. Great authenticity and passion, Carrie. Thank you so much. All right, I have a few more questions. Let's get to them. What are some common mistakes that new startup managers can avoid?
Okay. Very good question. Yeah, I would think assumptions. I try not to be too generic, okay? Because I think you can hear this from a lot of people, right? But I want to be as honest as possible. Number one is actually really interestingly with the team now, we have a value that I actually set out is never say things like we usually do this, or in the past we did this, or I think this was how it was done. Like we try to avoid that as much as possible because every day the world is changing. Every day trends are changing, founders are changing, accelerators are getting, changing out there as well. So we never ever want to say that. So I think the mistake that new accelerator managers can actually make is to stick with the old and be afraid of the new. I think that's really scary. So I think that's one of the things that you should always never ever do. Don't be afraid to try, right? Don't be afraid to experiment. So what if you don't do it well this time? You find a way. It forces you to rethink, forces you to be on your feet. So I actually like that is something that the team does. So as a new accelerator manager, I would say, yeah, just try something. You never know.
All right. The theme, superpowers. And this viewer wants to know, what is 500 superpower in your opinion?
In my opinion, in my personal opinion, it's our global reach, right? We are actually in 27, 28 countries, to be very honest. So we have team members everywhere in the world. And when I say team members, they are either like full-time employees or they're contractors that we hire. And with mentors, we're even actually more global, right? Because mentors come globally. So I would say that that has been one of the most amazing things for me being a part of 500 Global, because we truly are a very global company. And at any point in time, any founder, anybody asks, do you know someone in this place that does this? I can easily find someone for them. And to be very honest, that has been so helpful for founders, knowing that coming to us, that's our superpower, right? That's one thing. I think the second, we have a few, right? And they are of different ranges for different helps and purposes. The second one is really the fact that our teams are made up of people who truly are very, very passionate about helping founders. And I cannot deny that that is the truth, right? Which is translated across, I think, all the teams, whether they're investment teams, programs teams, right? All the other teams that support what we do for founders. We really truly are passionate about this, and we believe that we continuously reiterate, rethink, redesign, we question ourselves, we change, we pivot, because we believe that we don't know the best, right? And I think being a part of this firm, actually, I am very inspired every day, because people around me are just constantly rethinking and like challenging ourselves. So I love that.
You can probably guess what my next question is then. We're going to get you to be a little introspective. What is your superpower, Carrie?
I would like to say, I knew that was coming. I think my superpower is that I genuinely believe in making an impact. So everything drives me towards, that's my North Star, right? Everything that I do, I ask myself, but what is the impact of what I'm doing? Even if it's something really small today, making someone laugh, like that's important to me. Making someone feel confident, that's important to me, you know? And I don't tell everyone about it, I think, but in the little things that I do, now you're making me tell it to everyone here, you know, at this event, but I try to do that a lot. So it's the small things, right? Buying coffee for my team, you know, talking to founders personally, flying into these countries actually, just to be with the team, be with the founders. It's all part of what I do every day, and thinking about my actions, my thought processes, my words, and how that really helps. So I think that also actually forces me to be more intentional, right? To be more, I think the way I carry myself is also really something that I think about a lot. Yeah.
Well, hopefully one of your superpowers is working without a lot of sleep, because what time is it in Cambodia right now?
Oh, can I be honest with you? It's 3:47 a.m. So I woke up just for this, people. And
Okay.
I hope you really did take something away from it.
Well, let me leave you with a couple of comments from the people who are watching and taking in all of your information. They were remarking on the gem of the day from you. You need fearlessness, and founders are here to save the world. Another comment, excellent presentation, valuable takeaways. Thank you so much. And another, thank you so much, Carrie. That was a really tight and insightful. I'm going to let you go to bed now. So thank you so much for joining us, and you look fantastic for somebody who just got up for this. So we appreciate your insights.
Maybe that's my superpower, yeah? So no sleep, no sleep. I can function without sleep. Yes, thank you so much, everybody. Please feel free to connect with me, add me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to address more questions and make more new friends. It's all about, you know, building relationships from day one. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you so much, Carrie. And thank you for joining us for another day of Leading in Learning, hosted by Alberta Innovates. Tomorrow, we explore Alberta Innovates' fourth pillar, the last one, mindset. And you don't want to miss our keynote speaker, Kevin Carroll, best-selling author. He's talking about productive play. Play is serious business if you want to unleash your creative genius. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, at 8 o'clock Mountain Time.